morning, good morning. So, little bro, I got a few books out today. You've heard this one, little bro. The Three Little Wolves, The Big Bad Pig. I just wanted to read that one for the past couple of days. And then I busted out a few books that I actually have copies of. But I haven't really read them through and through. The other ones, there's The Three Terrible Trines. It's about these three mice. Like they're the bad ones or something. Like usually it's the mouse, it's the cat that's the bad one. But I think this one, I don't know. We'll find out. And I don't think I'm gonna start reading this one today or anything. But I got another book. It's called Shipwreck Island. And how much can we relate with something like that in our lives? And this one is called the Word Eater. The Word Eater. And it says on the back, it says, life is miserable for a sixth grader. Learner Chance at her new school. It looks like Learner is destined to be a slug, a sorry loser's underground, until she finds a magical worm that eats printed words instead of dirt. If Fip eats a word, that item simply disappears from the world forever. That's interesting. And there's this other book that I have, and it's called Arrow Book of Spooky Stories. I don't know if I'm going to read all those books or anything today, but I drew them out in any case, regardless. Always coffee time. Three Little Wolves and the Big Bad Pig. I like this story. Once upon a time, there were three cuddly little wolves with soft fur and fluffy tails who lived with their mother. The first was black, the second was gray, and the third was white. One day, with the mother called the three little wolves around her and said, "My children, it's time for you to go out into the world. Go and build a house for yourselves. But be aware of the big bad pig." "Don't worry, mother, we'll watch out for him," said the three little wolves, and they set off. Soon they met a kangaroo who was pushing a wheelbarrow full of red and yellow bricks. "Please, will you give us some of your bricks?" asked the three little wolves. "Certainly," said the kangaroo, and she gave them lots of red and yellow bricks. So the three little wolves built themselves a house of bricks. The very next day, the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of bricks that the little wolves had built. The three little wolves were playing croquet in the garden when they saw the big bad pig coming. They ran inside the house and locked the door. And the pig knocked on the door and grunted, little wolves, let me come in." "No, no, no," said the three little wolves. "By the hair on our chins, you will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china pot." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down," said the pig. So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, but the house didn't fall down. But the pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He went and fetched his sledgehammer and he knocked the house down. The three little wolves only just managed to escape before the bricks crumbled, and they were very frightened indeed. "We shall have to build a stronger house," they said. Just then they saw a beaver who was mixing concrete in a concrete mixer. "Please, will you give us some of your concrete?" asked the three little wolves. "Certainly," said the beaver, and he gave them buckets and buckets full of messy, slurry concrete. So the three little wolves built themselves a house of concrete. No sooner had they finished than the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of concrete that the little wolves had built. They were playing battledore and shuttlecock in the garden, and when they saw the big bad pig coming, they ran inside their house and shut the door. The pig rang the bell and said, "Little frightened wolves, let me come in." "No, no, no," said the three little wolves. "By the hair on our chins, we will not let you come in, not for all the tea leaves in our china teapot." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down," said the pig. So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he puffed, but the house did not fall down. But the pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He went and fetched his pneumatic drill and smashed the house down. The three little wolves managed to escape, but their chins were trembling and trembling. We shall build an even stronger house, they said, because they were very determined. And just then they saw a truck coming along the road carrying barbed wire, iron bars, armor plates, and heavy metal padlocks. Please, will you give us some of your barbed wire, a few iron bars and armor plates, and some heavy metal padlocks? They said to the rhinoceros who was driving the truck. Sure, said the rhinoceros, and he gave them plenty of barbed wire, iron bars, armor plates, and heavy metal padlocks. He also gave them some plexiglass and some reinforced steel chains because he was a generous and kind hearted rhinoceros. So the three little wolves built themselves an extremely strong house. It was the stronger, securest house one could possibly imagine. They felt absolutely safe. The next day, the big bad pig came prowling along the road as usual. The three little wolves were playing hopscotch in the garden. When they saw the big bad pig coming, they ran inside their house, bolted the door, and locked all 37 padlocks. The pig dialed the video entrance phone and said, "Little frightened wolves with the trembling chins, let me come in." "No, no, no," said the little wolves. "By the hair on our chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china teapot." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down," said the pig. So he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, but the house didn't fall down. But the pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He brought some dynamite, laid it against the house, lit the fuse. And the house blew up. The three little wolves just managed to escape with their fluffy tails scorched. "Something must be wrong with our building materials," they said. "We have to try something different." But what? At the moment they saw a flamingo coming along pushing a wheelbarrow full of flowers. "Please, will you give us some of your flowers?" asked the little wolves. "With pleasure," said the flamingo, and he gave them lots of flowers. So the three wolves built themselves a house of flowers. One wall was one of marigolds, one of daffodils, one of pink roses, and one of cherry blossoms. The ceiling was made of sunflowers, and the floor was a carpet of daisies. They had water lilies in their bathtub and buttercups in the refrigerator. It was a rather fragile house, and it swayed in the wind, but it was very beautiful. The next day the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of flowers that the three little wolves had built. He rang the blue bell at the door and said, "Little frightened wolves with the trembling chins and the scorched tails, let me come in." "No, no, no," said the three little wolves. "By the hair on our chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china pot." "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down," said the pig. But as he took a deep breath, ready to huff and puff, he smelled the soft scent of the flowers. It was fantastic, and because the scent was so lovely, the pig took another breath, and then another. Instead of huffing and puffing, he began to sniff. He sniffed deeper and deeper till he was quite filled with the fragrant scent. His heart grew tender, and he realized how horrible he had been. Right then, he decided to become a big, good pig. He started to sing and dance the tarantella. At first, the three little wolves were a bit worried. It might be a trick. But soon they realized that the pig had truly changed. So they came running out of the house. They started playing games with him. And at first they played ping pong, and then piggy in the middle. And then they were all tired. They invited him into the house. They offered him tea and strawberries and wolfberries and asked him to stay with them as long as he wanted. The pig accepted, and they all lived happily together ever after. I just think it's interesting and funny how so much opposition in life can wind up creating a certain unwanted outcome and changing the environment can literally change the results to be more accustomed, more attuned to something that we want, something we enjoy. And that's really how the spirit is. We try to build all these blockades and these defenses because we don't want to feel, we don't want to experience, we don't want to go down the road of this negative feelings. We want to protect ourselves and make sure everything is safe. And it's good to be safe and it's important to be safe, but sometimes we're a little bit too safe and we miss out. Instead of following some good morals, we wind up following some excessive code of life. But it's a good morning. I hope you're having a good morning. So, what is today? Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday? It's Friday. I thought it was like the 24th or something. I thought the 26th was yesterday, but then I saw some videos and I was like, nope, I don't think today's the 26th. So I missed the 25th somewhere. I don't pay attention to them too much. On my journey, I went through various things of losing track of time, local time, like on purpose, meaningfully, not being in synchronicity with the days, not 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 that I'm trying to be different than what from the days are, though. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't. That's somebody else's schedule that they created on their basis and cycles. Some cycles adjust to 7 days, but there's a lot of other cycles out there to keep track of, and they all have their own different timing. So I wound up tending to lose track of the day because I'm keeping up with other things more than just crunching numbers, which that's not a bad thing. I crunch numbers in my own way. Oh wow. Humanity. I've had some comments about my nose before, but I've never had somebody ask me if I'm wearing a fake nose. Yo, I got a beak. Like my bro right here, like my pa, right there. I got a beak. Oh, that's a good one. I'm sorry. Did you mind me? I'm gonna share that in the future. People thought I was AI. Literally, I've had people watched and they saw my videos for some time, and then they saw me on the live and they said, "Dude, I thought you were AI until just now." I was like, I would take that as a compliment. uh, how am I, Toe Jam? I'm doing pretty good. I washed between my toes this morning. Nice name, nice name. Um, I've been, I've been, I've been pretty happy for the past couple of days. Thanks, Rogue. Uh, Rogue Rat. Ooh, like Rugrats. Rogue Rat 812 said, sorry, but I can't think of someone so unique. Okay, look. Okay, uh, these are just the books I have in front of me. Just pretend for a moment. Just pretend, one is Plato, one's Aristotle, one is all these different types of the history. So I got like all these books, right? Boom, boom. I study them. I process them. I Ching, the Egyptian, Kemetic, Oracle system, all that stuff. But it's like when you read the book. When I read the book, I'm going to personalize and then you can relate however you relate, rather, so that I'm not projecting and using you statements more I statements. So as I read the book, it was like cutting up the fruit on the cutting board. I'm gonna make a shake here. So I got a blender, I got my fruit, I got some juice. So as I'm reading the book, I'm cutting up the fruit, right? So then each one essentially gets cut up, all right? And then I'm gonna take all them ingredients, and when I go to sleep or meditation, all those ingredients get thrown in the blender. And during meditation and sleep, especially during 8 hours of sleep, because generally speaking, people aren't like sitting there consciously awake for 8 hours, not as the norm goes. And so, but during sleep, especially during sleep, it's like all of that information gets put into blender. And when I wake up during the day, I have a product. I got something to, I got a shake to pour in my cup and be like, needs a little bit more of this or whatever the case. And I've been doing that over the past 12 years consciously. Super aware the past 5 years. But I've been working on this. And so at this degree, at these many years later, let's just give it a 5 year count for like intense direct processing. And now it has this mixture to where everything that I've digested, each book, each processing, I could not tell you which page or chapter or anything, but there's going to be something that pops out. It's going to be exactly like what that was talking about, but it's going to relate to today and share the freaking information from all those smarts because there's a new product available. And AI is only going to produce what somebody cuts up and puts in the blender, puts in the blender, so to speak. But a lot of times, what one can process into AI, they are not themselves looking at all the details. They just toss it in. They're like, oh, look at that whole piece. Toss that in the blender. That doesn't work if you just take a chunk of fruit and throw it in. You need to cut it up so that like It doesn't create so much grinding and heating on the gears and destroy your blender in the process. Well, over the long run, depending what kind you got. Anyways, you get the idea. Northern USA. Cool Julio said, I found you again. Such a cool drip. I got one of these things that says drip on it. The cow and the silver moon persona. Doing good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Portugal. Very cool. Portugal. There was there's a place I was living. The name related to a place in Spain, the capital city in Spain. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name. It was the name of the county, not the city. Valencia, but it's a different name. It's like two different names, but each one of them are applicable. But anyways, some interesting stuff, connections with the Divine Mother and her essentially like rearing the new divine child, like so many stories share. But it was a Kemetic temple. It was a temple in Egypt, just to be plain, and they decided to gift it to the freaking main place over there, their capital city or whatever. I'm using wrong verbiage. I usually do, but their main place, and they built a temple over there. And then I was living in Valencia, and it was like, whoa! I just made all these connections, which is pretty amazing. Portugal, it's pretty awesome, awesome history around that area. I know what Spain and Portugal had a lot of history. Valencia, Spain. Yet, yeah, exactly. Okay, boom. Um, it's interesting how these places connect. So you're there. You're like from there. You have your roots there. No, I've not. Okay, been. I've been in the United States pretty much my whole life. I went a little bit into Mexico, but like just right across the border. I didn't go deep in. I went into some shops or whatever when I was a kid. We go like get dental work or some cheap stuff we couldn't afford otherwise. And but no, I've been in the U.S. But like in Texas, there's these places in like it's called Egypt or some like they have words and city towns all in America the way it's laid out. And if you ask me, as far as I'm aware of tarot and fucking telepathy and all portals and all types of shit, America is one big ass portal to the whole world. You can drive all around the United States and you can experience life somewhere else. Valencia, New Mexico. Oh my God. The connections to Portugal, to Valencia, to Spain, to like they got that particular temple of the Divine Son's rebirth in Valencia, right? In Spain. in New Mexico, in the county of Valencia, they have a city called Belen. I used to call it Belen, and somebody practically smacked me up the side of the head. They were like, say it correct. Belen. It's called Belen. And Belen translates into, where's Jesus from? Wherever Jesus is from, the Bethel fucking, you know, the Bethlehem, Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus, the new child resurrected. And I was like, the temple in the capital city in the country, and they have a city within that county within America, practically with the exact same meaning. She and the Rio Grande River runs through there. Rio Grande River, the big river, is essentially what it is called, the big river. I drowned in that river when I was like 3 years old. Literally, I was dead. They had to pull me out of the water after an excessive amount of time and brought me back to life and everything. Interesting stuff. Yep. Thank you, Angel. Angel the Reaper. I like that name. Joe! Pogo Pum Kinkle. Pogo Pum Kinkle. Kinkle? Anyways, so what in God's green beard is going on here? I don't know if you were looking when you made that comment, because if you did, that'd be, well, then that would explain it. But I don't know. I do have green right here in my little, see? That's, thanks. Portugal. And Joanna, that's interesting. Says Portugal is very rich in history, poor in money. Like I know I have blood roots that go back to Portugal, Spain, and Portugal, um, most definitely. And I literally, that's how my life has been. Um, I worked and I lived the normal 9 to 5, and I had the and I essentially abandoned that life and was like, you know what, I value people's stories and connecting with individuals. I'd rather have starve with a motherfucker so that we could enjoy some good stories for the week, hang out or something, rather than have some riches that I personally myself slaved for so I can benefit and use them in my own privacy or whatever the case, like so I can really connect with what you're like that way of living. Um, Joanna had stated that Portugal is rich in history but poor in money, and I can definitely relate throughout my life, and that there's a reason for that. Store riches where no moth or rust can consume, and that's a memory. That's a memory in other people. Our ideas. Rust doesn't destroy our ideas. Bad ideas can taint the reality, can change the view of perception of what really is going on. That's why we gotta know thyself, because if we know thyself, then we can understand when things are wonky or not making sense and be like, you know what, I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. I'm just gonna chill out from the not being able to process things today. And just like playing a video game, we play video games. If you have or haven't, I'll be playing a video game. This happens for across the board with a lot of people. We like playing a video game, get to a certain level at night or whatever the case. We can't beat it, stuck, die 20 times going over the same thing. And then we're like, finally, like, screw it. I can't beat this thing. Like, whatever. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I'll pick it up tomorrow. First thing in the morning, man, we pick up that controller like practically half fucking days, and boom, 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 we take out the thing easy. I'm like, man, whoa, I spent all that time last night, and this morning was like chump change. What's the difference? What happened? A lot of times we scratching our head, asking what happened. But like I mentioned earlier, okay, in reading the book, we chopping up the fruit. By playing the game, you chopping up the information. You're learning all the minutia. So, as I said, especially at night when we sleep for some 8 plus 8 hours or so, all that information goes into the blender. And in the morning, we are served that in life. That is just part of our life, and that's why we can pick up the video game from the night before of extreme failure, constant failure, to the next day of, damn, I beat this easy. That's why I'll take 24 hours to respond to somebody. I'd like to help you. Let me sleep on it overnight. I want to say yes. Let me see what's going on with me tomorrow. I'll call you first thing to let you know. That kind of information, it allows my soul to look into that. It allows whatever I've perceived or taken in, how I heard them, their urgency, whatever's going on. Are they up to no good? Are they using me? I don't fucking know. But if I sleep on it, the next day, if things aren't supposed to work out, guess what? I'm going to have a flat tire. The person's not going to call me. They're not going to answer my call. It's going to be snowing. It'll be raining. Something's going to freaking happen, which isn't going to allow me to help them out. And I'm not going to fight against that. I'm going to take the message and be like, gotcha. So, like, awareness is key, and that processing information in the blender, uh, that's some powerful stuff that really helps us move ahead. Uh, Thank you. Definitely creative. Very, very kind of you to say that. Um, Wakar, Wakar Kayatni, hope I pronounced that correct, or at least got close, said, Broski, what made you dress like this? I like the way you asked the question, so I'll respond. I have walked into various environments in my life and people were playing a character. They played a character, and I was like, dude, that is awesome. And then I got to see them, meet them, interact with them after the show was over. And the person and the performer were two different motherfuckers. Two different motherfuckers. They dressed like that for the stage. That was not their regular MO. That was not who they were. That's not how they woke up. That's They had to transform to become that entertainer. And then on the weekend, when I saw them and hung out with them, they were just like any other Joe Blow. Like, not in a bad way or anything, but like they had talent, but there was no sauce to the talent. And like the talent was a talent, like all the sauce was put towards the talent, but there was like no zest to the person. They used it all to whatever. And I've experienced that in a multiple formats. I'm not saying I've known famous people or anything like that. I haven't, like I was on the Touch.0 show, but like but but I've seen a few things from people I expected something different from. And one thing that I've continually been reinforced about my life from my own prerogative, from my mother, and from everybody else around me is they say, be you. Just be you. Just be you. Just be yourself. And so, like, no matter where I am, I've been reminded of that by so many people. Big, smart, tall, stupid, all of them, foolish, all across the board. Everybody's encouraged me that. Not that I've been trying to be somebody else, but the universe has constantly made sure to point me in the correct direction. And so I became who I am years ago. And I tried, it was, I don't know, it was a few years ago. And I tried to put regular pants on. Pants. I tried to put regular clothes on. Dude, I don't know, I might have made it a step or two outside my front door, if that, and I was like, or maybe I went out like that. I couldn't take it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I felt I felt invisible. I felt completely invisible. Completely if you if you not that I would wish it on anybody, I would not. But if you could have witnessed the events of my life and what I've survived, I should be covered in scars. I should be wrathful. I should be ugly. I should be hateful. I should be a whole other individual. So rather than scar or hurt, rather than tattoo or do anything of the sort, just for myself, I adorn my body with expression of what I've experienced. Just like somebody would use tattoo, other people they'll go with the tattoos, their scarification. People do that. It's a thing, like there's different forms and all that. But I've connected to an ancient past, and I've been admonished to honor my temple in the way that I do. Um, and so for all of that, there's a lot of reasons I can give to why I dress the way I dress. Um, but that answer I would say would be most appropriate in the moment for sure. Boom, and like differently created, that's another reality too. It's almost like an armor. I'll make the correctment. You actually brought out a great point, and I'm gonna expound on that. Take as one does, but it is most definitely armor. Um, and doesn't necessarily it's not yourself. Most definitely aspects I've dawned onto myself, most truly. Um, And thanks on the stone heart on that reference. I appreciate that connection. Okay, so medieval history, 1400s, we get into heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry, okay, when we learn some real historically, heavy cavalry has nothing to do with horses and has nothing to do with armor. Nothing. Heavy cavalry literally translates into shock tactics. Create a shock, and from that shock, fucking decimate. Hit the front lines, go in, destroy from the middle. The commanders can't order to the troops. Hit it from the outside as well. Everything's fuck. Shock tactics wins. Heavy cavalry, hands down. That's how we go in and just fucking mop up the floor easy enough. So that boom, thank you, ma'am. And so I used to have a whole suit of armor. I still got my sword, right? Well, I had to buy another one technically, but it's a legitimate sword. It's blunted because it's meant so for training. I don't want to cut myself with a legitimate sword. I've seen some injuries. Anyways, I had a whole suit of steel armor, 14th century armor, and 15th century armor, 1400s. And I traded that 100+ pounds of armor for 5, 7 pounds of accessories and dress and garb, because this is my new armor. I took the heavy cavalry, I took the shock tactics, and I translated that into modern day application. Because on a regular, normal, yes, there are parts of the world where things are very physically, aggressively violent. But for the a huge portion, a lot of us were playing. We are stuck. We're stuck, being forced to play this mental mind fuck of a game with each other that we don't want to be participating in, but we're stuck in it. So I said, okay, shock tactics, heavy cavalry. It's not about the armor, it's not about the horses. Translate the field, shock the mind, shock the senses. Okay, so then let me love everything as I love it, and I can see where two things complement each other and other people are going to have conflict. I want my burger and my french fries on the same plate. Other people are going to be like, get that burger off my plate. I honor cows. Like, honor them too and shit. But, anyways, teach their own. You get what I'm saying. Okay? So I put them both. I put it all together. And when somebody sees me, when a bully, there's two different primary reactions, and there's some others, but two primary is what everything really funnels into. And one is a bully, and one is a nice person. Okay? The bully is on the prowl. They're the predator looking for somebody to pounce on. They're looking for timid Timmy who they can take advantage of, because they know timid Timmy's not going to stand up for himself, and there's nobody that defends timid Timmy, so the bully can go fuck with timid Timmy all he wants and get away with it and steal his lollipops and his candy and hold him upside down from his ankles and take all of his money and shoo him off at the end of the day and do the next thing the next day, the same thing. But when that bully looks over and he sees me, or she, and they see me, they can't understand the burger and the fries on the same plate. They can't understand what's going on. Their mind mentally is shocked. And in that moment, they are no longer in a state of attacking, because when you are in a state of shock, oh, that is not a moment you're ready to attack. You're not looking at your environment. And then when that bully does come back to their senses and they go, shit, I don't understand that motherfucker. Any way up or down, left and right. I can't make sense of it. And what I can't make sense of, I can't I can't defeat that. I can only defeat something I understand. And I can understand Timid Timmy because I can, and that's how I can control it. But somebody else I can't control because I don't know what I'm fucking with. So in all that disillusionment and shock, the bully is turned from predator to not interested. The person who has a kind heart, they will either A, look at me from a distance, observe whatever the case, or all the way up to B, they'll get close enough to make some gesture that I obviously can see or hear, and we'll start talking and interacting and be like, yo, you a cool motherfucker. Yeah, I'm a cool motherfucker. Yo, what's up? Let's hang out. And we'll have a great chat, even if it's for a moment or going and having a coffee or whatever the case. And so the clothing does very much act like an armor, because somebody who is divided within themselves cannot stand. So if they are divided within themselves, they lie and suppress that information into their subconscious and never fucking think about it and deal with that shadow work. Then when they see a person like myself, or maybe like someone that I know, that person is going to be forced into self-reflection. That self-reflection is that shadow work. That shadow work, boom, day on the journey. Glad I could preach to you without ever saying a word. Shock tactics, heavy cavalry for the win. At some point in my early teenage life, I saw how the world was very aggressive with each other on a regular basis. Some days people are doing good and they have, and so all goes well. Even bad things turn out well. But then there are other days when that person is not doing well. And it doesn't matter if even good things keep happening, they're going to make it a bad day. Paying attention to people and whether they got a grip on life or whether they don't. Helping me be able to see what is stable around me. What can I hold on to when things start getting unstable? I like my clothes. I like the idea. Oh, let me tell you a story. I got a story for you about clothing. All right, so I'm from Texas. I'm from Texas. Like people are funny because like especially like people in other parts of the world, and it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. You be online, you be talking to other people, and they be like, "Where are you from?" They're like, "I'm from Germany. I'm from the United States. You live whatever state you're from, or I'm from Canada." Everybody answers what country they from. But if you talk to somebody that's from Texas, they say, "I'm from Texas." Uh, Anyways, Texas. Think of riding cowboys, herding cattle. You got the chaps. You got the leather chaps over the legs. Like bikers, motorcyclists. But cowboy chaps. So I'm going on a long journey. I'm taking off on foot. I'm walking out of town. This is my long walk on life. I'm starting this. I'm not just starting, but I'm officially taking my long walk, going on my shamanic desired shamanic walk, right? And I've been waiting for it, and the things, the stars lined up, and I went for my walk. And but I made these chaps. I went to Tandy Leather. Man, they got a great deal on a whole hide at a certain time of year or whatever the case. You get a whole hide of freaking leather for freaking $80, maybe $40, depending on what time of year it is. You can get it. Anyways, they got some good specials from time to time. I got a whole hide, and I made myself a pair of chaps. Um, anyways, and because walking, if I got a pair of chaps, then when it rain and a leather jacket, when it rains, guess what? That rain's going to the outside of me. It's not soaking my clothes. I'm not getting soaked. So the leather, anyways. Um, After 5 days of travel on foot, and I was not, I repeat, I was not asking for rides. I was not sticking my thumb out. Um, but somebody wound up pulling over and they offered me a ride. I told them where I was going, and they said, "Well, that place is da da da." It was a Renaissance fair, and they said that one's not happening right now, but I'm headed to another one, and it's kind of on the way. Would you like to go there with me? And I say, "Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds perfect." I'm essentially walking to the dreams that me and my mother had before she passed away, and so now she passed away. So I'm gonna live this dream that we talked about. I'm gonna live it, and this dude picks me up and he gives me a ride, and we wind up showing up at this Renaissance festival. We drive in through the back end gate. We go into like all the worker area spot, where like people are camped and workers and stuff who like live the Renaissance fair kind of thing. And like there's all the tents and everything and those spots and RVs and everything, and we drive past all that and we go to a building that's like a couple of I don't want to call it an RV, but like fucking mobile home, a big decent size, but multiple of them put together. We drive up to that place, and he gets out, talks to the main guy, and essentially drops me off there. And now I got a place. They're like, sleep out in a tent. I slept out in a tent for 2 nights, if that. And they brought me inside, and they were like, "There's a bed for you. There's da 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 da." Like it was sweet, sweet. And I had a gig and everything. Anyways, I'm going back to the chaps that I made. So it was day 5 from my journey, wearing the chaps, leather jacket, everything. I made the outfit. I made it myself because it was for my journey. It was the outerwear for all my underwear. Ha ha ha. But the under was like jeans or whatever the case. Anyways, I with this group, they all get suited up and dressed up. They looked over at me. They didn't add anything to me. They didn't dress me up. They didn't need to do fucking anything. Literally, they didn't suit me up. I was wearing what I was wearing. I did no fucking wardrobe change. And in what I was wearing, literally that afternoon, I'm walking with the troop of the people who were staying in the building that I was dropped off at, and we're literally walking to the main castle of the Renaissance Fair, and I'm on the motherfucking battering ram, fucking beating down the castle door, bro. I was dressed for that shit. They did not have to redress me. They didn't. Fuck. They might have put a sword on my hip, or maybe something on my hip. They might have done a little accessory or two. They didn't have to put a different shirt on. They didn't have to change my outfit. They didn't have to do nothing. I literally walked off the street into the Ren Fair, battering down the castle door for the main big end of the day show. With fireworks and fire hitting off and the siege and everything. Like, if you dress the part, you might just show up at the show on time, and they might just need you. So, I made it a part of my life. And then there's this other aspect. And people might correlate or not, but I'm going to leave some information out. If you put it together, awesome. But I learned in life that there's more than two different kinds of people, okay? I don't stick things in, but just here. Um, but there's two different kinds of individuals, okay? Like, if there's your individual who's going to imitate everything. They're gonna make this figure exactly the same, but they'll change this or they'll change that. Like they'll dress it up differently, but they're just trying to make a buck like everybody else. So they just copy in people's products essentially, okay? In in that mentality, in that working, you'll never create anything original. You won't even stumble onto anything original because it's not yours. You haven't trained yourself to do that. That's something you work towards doing. It's not a fluke of an accident. And when I say work towards doing, this can be even in manifesting through esoteric work. Esoteric means secret, occult, secret, not known, hidden. Occult means hidden, esoteric is secret, something like that. It's just not popularly known. But then you have your other individual, and they devote their entire life to a single craft. They devote every single ounce of their life towards realizing one objective reality. Whether that objective reality is ever found, met, experienced or not, it is worked for every single day consistently, to where the person isn't just working for it, they're not just copying things, they are becoming, because there is no one else to do it. It literally falls into the category of the scientist experimenting on himself, because there is nobody willing to go forward. There's too many things in place for other people to go, no, we need to do this first before we go forward with that. Well, hold on, there's rules, there's processes. Well, if it's my idea, I'm going to try it out on myself first. Let's see how it works. Did I survive it? Okay. Did I learn something from it? Did I grow? Now I could share it. If those didn't work out, well, that might not be something so much to share or continue on in. Readjustment. So all of that really comes into play. And so, yeah, the clothing is massively impactful um, in a multitude of ways. Um, People start, here's another aspect as well. It puts them on a mystery. Uh, wondering, why are they wearing these clothes? Why are they looking different? Puts people on a completely other trajectory of thought. What were they thinking about before? Their spouse upset them, something didn't work out in their favor, maybe they lost something, and now they're wondering about why you're dressed differently. That can actually be a happy thing, because rather than think about their problems, they're wondering about why you're dressed differently. Hey man, if you could get your minds off your problems for even a smidgen of a moment, yo, people pay thousands of dollars to be entertained just for that. So if we could pull it at the split moment of whatever's in passing, that's what I'm about. Those are the kind of wins I'm about. In the past, people have been like, pay it forward. Do a good deed. How can I repay you? And you're like, pay it forward. Oh, okay. To me, I'm like, paying it forward, single serving paying forward. Damn, that's too. That's too. I like two first. Like two first, three first. I like those aspects. And so I just went on the machine gun fire of good things, of good acts, of passing it, pay it forward, of just good deed, 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 just many good deeds. And I ain't looking for a return. I sent energy out. Why? Because I got enough energy within me. See, my mom was plagued with pain every day. Her father had died. She had lost her daughter, who would have been my younger sister, while she was still pregnant. Like she was 4 to 6 months, and I think she was closer to 6 months into it. It was hard. It fucked up her life. It did. The loss was massive on her. It was not easy. Um, so much can change an individual, and I learned that my mother had a pain that was destroying her every day, and I did everything I could to make her happy, distract her, whatever the case. Hey, some days I wasn't there at all, and I just played my games and went into my own world. A lot of days were like that. Fair enough, going through my own hard shit. But my mom, she didn't exactly know how to consistently balance that energy of pain, because that pain came every single day without anybody exciting it, without anybody doing anything. She had the pain of the loss of her own daughter and the loss of her father that ate, that resurged. That pain came back every single day, every single day. My mom has died and my two daughters have died. So I know what my mom felt. It's not a theory. It's not a hypothesis. I know how she felt. Her father was was the world to her. Her mother, she kept helping, she always did for her, but she was much closer to her dad. Daddy's girl and all that stuff. Father's daughter, however the proper saying would be. And and so I know exactly how she felt. And it comes, it just exists. And she didn't have any way to properly dispel or balance that energy. So, in the little bit I knew, because we were stuck in within religion, so when I say the little bit I knew I was capable of doing, I would balance as much as I could. I would take as much, I would distract away as much as I could. But I knew it was not something ultimately I could eradicate for all good. I tried. I tried every day. But I knew my efforts ultimately were failure. It didn't stop me from trying. So for me, I had to figure out how to balance, how to transmute, how to transform, how to deal with this energy. And that's when I learned people relate to humans as vampires because we suck energy from each other. If that's the case, then every single human alive is a vampire. Every spirit being alive is a vampire. Every bee, every mosquito, everything that's good, everything that's bad is a fucking energy vampire because balance is the fluctuation of life. Balance is always shifting and wash. It's the fluid, it's a vibration, it's harmonization, it's always shifting. No matter how solid something seems to be, it's always shifting, and that's why being a lighthouse, being that aspect in life, something that seems stable in an ocean of madness, seems like an impossible feat to actually achieve and then maintain your happiness. Ooh. But let me get back to transmuting that energy. So I have that energy that resurges, that comes back, that lives with me. So I found out, well, number one, remembering that I'm a happy person. I'm happy. I'm not holding on to bad memories. They're all good memories. And so I've learned how to interact with that energy differently. And truly, it is a perception of my mind. It is the placebo effect. It is your ability to directly transmute energy to and from, with, and through physical objects. And we can do the same with what we feel. I feel sad, thus I lost my daughters. Whether, let's put two scenarios just off of that one. If there's somebody I can help teach and inspire like I would my daughters, then I shall act on it. If there's not anybody around for me to do that, then I shall learn and develop and grow so that when I do have that moment to interact with somebody, even a stranger, I'm not going to make some silly wrong implication or anything, but hot dog it, I'm going to be sharp as a sharp knife. I'm going to be just fresh to be like, what kind of deceit or what kind of old world reasoning can I slice away? Can I trim that off of in a way with eloquent words to where a person is like, whoa, that makes sense. And then like moms around or friends around, I've been telling you that for years. Because it took some art. It took sharpening that edge. It took some self crafting, some growth to really help that individual. And so I never give up the sight that I am always a father. My daughters never stopped living Their flesh may have stopped breathing, but their souls live on, their minds live on. They work with me in the afterlife. I'm blessed because of them. People are like, oh, Jesus is your savior, blah, 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 blah. Look, you don't even know the beginning of my journey on that comment. But when I see spirits who saved my ass, I see my mama and I see my two daughters. Those my saviors. They fought battles for me that would have kept my flesh locked in religion for the rest of my life. They fought battles for me that would have kept me enchained, if not for doing so, would have kept me enchained to serving another person, thinking I'm living up to some higher moral standard, but all the while destroying everything I believe in and the relationship with my kiddos and everything. I'm bowed out of that real fast. We learned that lesson real quick. They fought those battles on the astral side so that I didn't have to suffer it on the physical side. I see what they did for me and I learn from that, and then I share with others from that. We were touching on this yesterday, and this is something that came to me the other day, and it was very interesting. And at this moment, they're like, I share, share, share. So we talk about our spirit team, like our spirit team. And then the other day I had mentioned how like I can hear my spirit team at particular times talking. I can like if they're in the room, I could hear what's up. I could hear what's going down to anybody in that, like I can hear that space. And I paid attention to my spirit team. I paid attention to each teacher. I paid more attention to them than I did the physical place in front of me. That's why they had to work with me for so long to be like, do what I tell you this way, because my mind is somewhere else. My body might be here in the 3D, but I'm working in multiple other spaces. Just like a lot of people, whether it be drawing or anything. A person who's a wonderful creative drawer or an artist, I should say artist, with paint or a pencil or any type of instrument. Their mind is somewhere else, and their hand is just flowing as it does. We're in multiple places at once. And understanding this, working with this, being aware of this, I paid attention. I missed things in the 3D because I was paying attention to my spirit team. And I paid so much attention to them that I picked up their patterns without them talking to me, without them communicating things. I would see patterns on that end, imperceptible of sight and imperceptible of audio awareness, but like a resonance, a vibration, a frequency, like the attunement of a heart. You know, if you're in the room with somebody and they start feeling like off, they start worrying, like everything's calm, and they start worrying, like they might not move or anything, but like you can feel things are off. That kind of sense, like picking up that thing. And so, like, just paying attention to the sequence of events and those processes is like they told me a few days ago that I had seen and learned from them on just that level so well that I could embody them in the flesh, that not that I could, that I have been embodying them in the flesh. And they were encouraging me to be more aware of it and to continue in that path. So that's the path, essentially, that's the path we want you to walk into. Because I have accurately seen, I have accurately responded. Like I could pick, like you hear somebody's footsteps in the room. If you've ever been in a room and you're hanging out with somebody over a long period of time, you can pick up their pattern of footsteps versus somebody else, their different footstep patterns. So if I know Joe And Joe's just a heavy-handed person. His foot's all pow, pow, pow. And I know Joe's character and who Joe is. Then if I hear Joe's footsteps, then I know Joe only shows up to lay his heavy hound down on something that's been too fucking um, unresponsive, undisciplined, whatever the case. So I hear Joe's footsteps. I already know what's gonna go down. I'm gonna go hang out over here and do my thing. So when the whole crash goes down, guess what? I didn't hurt myself. I didn't break nothing. I didn't get in anybody's way because that was some shit going down on another dimensional platform, and I wasn't messing over in that frequency in that zone, so that ripple didn't hit me. And when I felt it doing what I was doing, I was playing with some toys. So nothing broke. Everything's groovy. You know what I'm saying? Other people are doing something very important. That vibration happens, it goes off, and then the person's on a ladder and they get knocked off and have an injury. There's energy, there's events going on and that affect us, and by being in communication, by being aware, we can avoid unnecessary problems. And that's what's really kept my footing stable. That's what can keep your footing stable throughout a world that is constantly being shaken up. You know, it's actually pretty interesting. I did something for a while and then I found some legitimate proof for it. Come up with an idea. I'm just going to throw it the way I throw it. This is what I did. I came up with a positive idea. And then I said, sink, swim, fail, or anything, I'm following this idea. And then I got to a certain point. I tried to go live on TikTok. I tried to go live on YouTube. I tried to go live on different applications, but like they were blocked. Like I couldn't access them. Okay, so I started making videos. Why did I make videos? I wasn't trying to make a dollar. I wasn't trying to do it. I was documenting my own growth. So I wrote a book before, and it's called Cetra. It has 129 unique words. If you want a free copy of it, just shoot me an email. I'll put my email in the chat log so you have it. If you want to give a donation, I've got GoFundMe. I can send you a link for that. Um, and it's available on Amazon.com. It's legitimately published. Um, and so Cetra is like Set is the dark, Ra is the light, and the CH is our own chakras, our own chi, our own energy that balances the dark and the light that exists within us. People are like, oh, Satan, the devil, ah. Oh, but I love God, all right. That's funny. People act a whole lot like demons in Satan. They lie and they cheat and they steal and they try to do all this good. They try to be God, but they act like the devil. Like, you can't fucking see yourself in the mirror? Come on, brah. Like, we are dark and light. Okay? I'm dark and I'm light. I'm the devil and I'm God. I'm an angel and I'm a demon. And so are you. Depending what we choose to allow to take care of this situation, we get to be the conscious head of the energies that we contain? Does the energy we contain create who we are, or is it the choice of how we wield that energy? I mentioned earlier with my mom passing, with my mom dealing with the loss of her father and her daughter, and me dealing with the loss of my mother and my daughters, and that being a continual pain and continual energy source, transmuting that energy, learning how to apply that in a positive mannerism in life. I'd rather put energy into helping somebody rather than taking that energy and hurting somebody because I felt bad. Our ability as humans, able to shift from human to Godhead, for each one their own, in the most honest and proper way of knowing, is to rise above the instinctive, impulsive response so that we can literally make a choice of what we're going to do. Could I destroy it? Hell yeah, I could. Could I help it live? Damn well I could. Let me look at the whole situation first. Let me see what would be best. Maybe it's a little bit of destruction with a whole bunch of creation. Maybe it's setting up boundaries, proper boundaries. Boundaries, respect. If respect is upheld, then boundaries are honored. If a boundary is honored, then I can shake your hand and be cool with you and be like, you know what? Regardless what I tell this person from my heart, we're going to honor each other's boundaries. We're going to have that respect, and I know he's going to communicate to me. So I'd rather have an ally, than necessarily a friend. A friend, I got to get along with you every single day. I got to agree with you. We got to jang out with rubbing shoulders constantly. But an ally, I know you think differently. I know you do things differently. But if I need some help, I know you won't come help me. And if you need some help, I'm gonna come help you because we allies. We ain't gonna hurt each other. We have some certain morals in which we show respect continually, no matter what the circumstances or what anybody else is going through. One of the biggest things me and my mom had from a personal home of two people to an entire country with a leader. Me and my mom would have arguments because of erroneous ideas that people put into our heads. But when we learn to communicate appropriately, we got past all those misunderstandings and we realized that it was just other people that were toying with us that caused us to have this moment of discomforting interaction. You know, like rah 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 rah. And it took us time. It took us a long time to realize. You know, let me fact check with the person I'm living with rather than just go on the whim of what somebody said and now I'm running off with it as if it's like some scientist went and verified it around the world and got a Nobel Peace Prize for proving this shit. Like, yo, Rogret812, you a smart person. You know some shit. You got some things, whether you know it or not. I think you know it, but you're very not timid. You're very cautious of. Anyways, Rograt812 put some people act so bad that even the devil wouldn't approve. There are humans that put the devil and demons. You think they're wicked and bad? Humans put them to shame. Humans have done the worst atrocities. Hands down. Here's the difference. The spirit, it'll say, here's a book. Would you like to read it? It'll even hold it there for you for a good long while. You can read it if you'd like to. That's what the spirit will do. No matter what it is, up or down, bad or good, left or right, devil or God, that's what they'll do. If you don't want to take the book and you don't want to read it, then they're not going to force it into you. They might surround your whole life with the damn book, but they're not going to force you to read it if you don't want to. But humans will put shackles around your wrists and tie them to your feet and make you carry loads of weight and work you until you die. That's the difference between a spirit and a human. I've heard of humans being possessed, and it wasn't a disembodied spirit. I know the fucking difference. It was a human on the other end of that shit controlling that person. Because they had a bad teacher who couldn't fucking deal with their own mess. And their mess was a student that went awry, and that student is shitting out all the fucking energy that bad teacher made them stuff down and suffer. And it's all being expressed through one person who has the same heart of love that the student had. They were both done dirty and wrong, and they had a connection, and that's why one person is expressing what the other person suppressed. That's the real shit behind that crap. It ain't no demonic possession. That's bad human engineering. That's what that is. Bad magic. That's why you don't control on the spirit side, on the magic side, shamanic or otherwise. You don't. It's not about control. It's not about control. You don't control it. You guide it. You support it. Hell, if you want to, you could create a dam and kind of collect it. Yeah. But you don't. I mean, even that's going to have overflow. It'll collect, but it's going to keep flowing. You can't control. There's no control of nature. When you try to control nature, life hits back like error, error, error. When you support nature, it says smooth flow. Okay, this we can maintain. But that's reality. I learned a couple of years ago. That's for sure. And so like it's so I'm gonna flow and shift with this, but like differently created said, if there's anything to fear, it's a human who disregards their own humanity. And that's why for me it's leaving the lesson of caring for my fellow human is the most strongest lesson I can leave for someone. Number one, I could survive whatever somebody has to throw at me. I mean, come on, within reason. I'm not going to survive, like. Anyways, within reason. I'm gonna survive whatever somebody throws at me. On that on that spectrum of things. And when I walk away, and they walk away, there's gonna be a memory in their mind. Me, I'm moving on. I've got plenty more memories to create. I got other things to look at and develop. But I was the anomaly in their life. I was the unique aspects. They're gonna remember that shit. They're gonna think about that. And in those thoughts, they're gonna remember that I didn't do anything to attack them with cruelty. I didn't treat them as they're used to treating people. And hopefully that starts causing a change into consideration for their fellow human, self reflection, that whole path of them being aware of their humanity and their connection with humanity. And that's where I see we have a possible future. That's where I see, that's what I do my utmost to encourage. If we leave about, if we leave a bad memory, then that's like a bad ripple continuing on into the future. But if we leave a positive memory, as much as one can do, there's sometimes we can't change other people's minds or anything or anything. The situation was turned to shit, and all we can do is get out of it and take a shower and not go back. But at least for my part, to leave positivity in the place instead of what they expect. What do they deal with every single day? People who can't control their emotions, people who bite back, people who fight back. So what are they dealing with every single day? They fight with other people, and everybody else is stuck in some emotional reality of that sucks. So it's a bunch of people fighting with each other. So when I meet somebody and I look so different and I don't fight with them, they have a completely different reality of the process because they just met a legit anomaly. It's worth it to be the anomaly. It's worth it. All this is worth it. I look back at my past and every moment, every part of hell, every part of good, bad, ugly, up and down, left and right, it was all worth it. It was worth it. It's all worth it. Past self is all worth it. It was worth it to leave the crowd. It was worth it not to be part of the group. It was worth it to be the outcast. It was worth it to be the black sheep. It was worth to see everything everyone else was doing, which was just perpetuating the generational curses of their past family members, their past selves. Just it was all worth it to pay attention. I mean, is there not a truth of how much this world has failed? They sell glory, riches, pomp, pride, prestige, all of it. Regal, regalness, they sell it all. Packaged, sold to the highest bidder. But at the end of the day, nobody really seems to found what everybody else is looking for. It seems like the big prize at the end doesn't really get you what they were selling. Like all the confetti was just fucking confetti. There's no candy to it. There's no substance. There's nothing in the fucking pinata, man. And poof, and nothing really substantial. It was yummy to taste from that experience. It was all in passing. It was all fleeting. Why? Because you learned how to earn money, and money was the cheat code to acquire anything. If one required the ability to understand something before they got to work with it, that would change how many people drive cars drastically. My grandma, she went to go get her driver's license test, and every time she went, she failed. Every single time she went, she failed. And on the last time, she still failed. But the driver's license dude, the teacher, he reaches over and he's just like, boom, he said pass. He said, I don't ever want to see you again. He just passed her because he got tired of seeing her. She never learned to drive. She passed on and stuff, but I'm just saying. Did you imagine if you had to understand the technology that you had in order to work with it? Look at the laptop, the TV, the phone, coffee pot, the light, all of it. I'm not an electrician. I know wires from one end to another, and there's some things with magnets and other stuff that I do. And if I just put in this other step I haven't been thinking about, I've read and seen on other videos and whatnot, boom, I'll be doing it. I'll be the electrician myself. Could you imagine if we were all electricians and knew how to do these things? We would, we would elevate. We would elevate. But money is a cheat code and allows you to get anything you want faster than what one can truly process it with. I'm not saying things should be changed, but I just think about things philosophically. I look to the own application of my own life, in particular things. Take care, GT. See, and that's like differently created dimension. I like to hope everything we do continues the butterfly effect positively. Now, hope is a good thing. Hope's a wonderful thing. Though hope fails in one's activity. When I want to, when I read this comment, the way that I would, the way that I wind up seeing it for myself, self application, is that my actions support the continuance of the butterfly effect positively. Like my that's essentially at the core of oh, that was a big omen that was given to me years ago, not so much as with the butterfly effect, but using the ripple analogy, like a water ripple. But butterfly effect, all the same, still the same, all still appropriately right there with the ripple effect. Um, and same thing. And so literally, as I've seen it for years, is that as I've seen it for years, is to cause a positive effect. And how do I cause that a positive effect? Is I pay attention to my spirit team, to my guides. I pay attention to how I learn, how I pick up. I see how humans treat each other. I see how that doesn't work. I see the failure in that. And then I think about God and Divine Father and Mother and angels and all that and Egyptians. I think about all that and how would they do it? If they were alive in the flesh, how would they do it? If they were around, how would the family deal with this person? How would the family interact with that human? Even though they're being the way they are, stingy or ugly or whatever the case, how is the divine mind literally going to deal with that? That's how I want to operate. That's how I want to move. That's how I want to utilize. That's how I want to do. That Bible, I'm sharing my own damn. I'm sharing myself. You don't like it, too bad. The Bible, that God figure, he's always destroying shit. Oh, you didn't do what I said. Die, motherfuckers. Oh, you disobeyed. You don't go fucking wander in the desert for millennia. You just saved your ass from one place, but just go fucking wander around the damn desert. Like, the dude's such a fucking killer and ain't patient. Actions are not loving. There's no love in those actions. I do not see love in those actions. Not in 80% of them. Not what the fucking Bible calls. But when I read about divine ones of this sort, Chinese, Egyptian, Sumerian, Japanese, Hindu, whatever, I find individuals who care, who nurture, man. If they go on that killer spree, they doing that because there's a great big problem at hand. And oh, humanity needs their fucking help. Humanity needs them to turn into that ugly shit to take out whatever big threats coming after humanity. It never talks about that God oppressing its people or something. I don't ever read a story about Brahma fucking hurting people. What the Shiva comes around, he transforms. Yeah, there's the destruction portion, like the forest burns down, we gotta have new stuff, like, yeah. I've noticed there's a difference between supporting life and controlling life. There's a difference between human and spirit. And humans, they could do some spiritual shit. And spirits, they could influence some humans. It's an interesting world we live in. And when you know thyself, then you will know your human self and you will know your spirit self. When you see that difference within yourself and you know which is which, and you like, wow, I'm gonna use this one, I'm gonna use this one, I'm gonna put them together and use them together. When you become that alchemist, that magician of your own life, then whenever somebody else comes at you, whenever you got energy popping out or some omen or anomaly or something happen, everything you're gonna be like, that's human. Oh, that's some real divine message right there. Oh, that's just some human influence thing, no biggie. Oh, that's divine motherfucking message right there. You'll be able to know which clues to follow and which ones don't mean nothing. But until you actually get familiar with who you are, you stay confused. That's how I was. I didn't know who I was when I was younger, so I did this and I tried that and I tried this and I tried that and I tried this and I like that, so I tried that and I like that and I tried this. And a lot of those things were not for me at all. Not my taste, not my flavor, not my like. I don't, in order to get it, in order to keep it, all of it, don't care for it. It's nice to have it, but yeah, maybe once in a while, but nothing I need to keep in my life to any degree whatsoever. Not worth it. Not worth it. Like if somebody comes over, they're like, hey, yeah, ooh. But if not, I don't give a fuck. I go years, I don't give a fuck. I forgot all about that stuff. It's just bad consequences all the way around. So it's important to pay attention to one's self because then you'll become aware that those things that were misdirecting you, those were other people's influences upon you. Ultimately, knowing thyself is very important to being able to walk a path where people can't knock you down emotionally, mentally, to where they start losing control over you. I'm going to explain something. Right. When somebody starts developing in the spirit, when somebody starts maturing from human to Godhead, the people around them cause problems for them, whether through immaterial means or through people. Okay? They send problems because they're losing their grip on you. I don't got a great analogy right now, but follow it for what it is. If the book is shaking, I'm going to grab a hard grip on it so that it doesn't fall out of my hands. I'm going to secure my grip. Can tend to grab things harder, or we can hold onto things lighter. They can fall out of our hands, out of our possession easier. When we know who we are, and we follow that, things flow smooth. When we try to meet other people's demands, which is not who we are, we run into problems. Things get rough, accidents happen, things constantly break, frustration arises. I'm going to walk towards peace. I could care less if there's money, a carrot on the stick. I don't give a who, what's where. I'm going to walk in the direction of harmony because that's the path of the divine. Mankind's path, they don't know which way to walk. That's why they're busy telling people where to walk. Because if they can tell you where to walk, then they can stand yonder and go, "Ah, he fell off the edge. Not a good way to go. Hey, why don't you walk a little bit that way? Let's see. Oh, shit, that's the edge. You walk a little bit that." And they use people as guinea pigs. Stop being the goddamn guinea pig. Follow your heart. Follow your smooth path. If they want to figure out where the fucking edge is, let them walk to the goddamn edge themselves. Fuck your money. There is no amount of money on the world that can make me risk my life for you. Nope. Now, if I'm doing some good act or whatever the case, it's my own heart situation, something I thought about, whatever, some that would be different. But there's no way I'm risking my life for money. What? What? No, no, no. I say no to that. Oh, interesting. Okay, Forsaken was like, how the hell did scared get put into there? Because people are talking about sleep paralysis. That's what I was reading up on the comments. I'll go take a leak real quick, but I'm kind of delaying. But Forsaken King said, "Such a helped me a great deal with sleep paralysis." And then scared, and then he said, "The hell? How the hell did scared get in there?" Because the individuals, if you have if you're dealing with sleep paralysis right now, can you put something to acknowledge that in the chat? If somebody's dealing with it currently, um, because yeah, like the reason why I could see scared got in there is I read sleep paralysis scared. That's so essentially who the individual who's causing the sleep paralysis upon whoever's there, they're fucking scared the shit out of me and what I roll with. So we make a little connection, just heart to heart connection, say some words of protection, give a Blue Lotus mantra blessing, and they ain't gonna your sleep paralysis is gonna clear up rather quickly. Like that's what I made because I know who those motherfuckers are. I dealt with them. I overcame them before I knew much about anything. But I dealt with people who caused that. Oh, gotcha, yeah. A red blue kitty. Would you like me to pull some cards for you? Maybe do a reading? Um, I've got an oracle system which presents solutions. So it's not just revealing situation or whatever, but the primary aim here is to provide a solution, a feasible, legitimate solution to change up the negative flow that's coming at you, that has been coming at you, or that you've been dealing with. I'd be happy to do that. Just let me know in the chat log if you're still here, if you'd like that. Gotcha, you. Um, yeah, we can pull a card for you, Joanna. Most definitely. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I gotta take a leak first, and I'm slowing myself. I just need to stop. I just need to do it. Somebody asked, "What do you mean you dealt with people who caused that? Who caused sleep paralysis?" Um, Okay, so there are legitimate masters in the world, spiritual masters. What do I mean? I mean that there are people who have spent uh, 60 years, 60 conscious years of work to attain an ability. Okay, no joke, no BS, to attain an ability such as inducing sleep paralysis from clear across the world to any intended target. Okay? With any fucking system of abilities, of magical powers, and all this shit, of connection, telepathy, and all of that, guess what? It has a language. That language breaks down into a code. That code is its frequency. That frequency can be altered and adjusted. I like learning language, code, and frequency. Ability, that's nice and stuff. You could work all you want at a craft, but if you don't understand the code you're working with, then you limit it. If you understand the code you're working with, well, you could reformulate it into anything you want it to be. You could be an alchemist, a real creator, not just a fucking imitator. That's the difference between divine, Godhead, and human. Human, monkey see, monkey do. Godhead, divine, creator, out of fucking split nothing. Boosh, there it is. Never thought of that before, did you? Yeah, because that's the difference between creator and human. You want to move up to being Godhead? You can do that. It's not that you're Godhead of the world, it's the your mind is at the resonance of divinity. It is no longer stuck at the lower level of humanity. You're seeing things differently. You're interacting with the world differently. You still have a 3D human body, but your mind is processing 4 and 5D and whatever else you want to consider and be open to experiencing. And so essentially, I've dealt with individuals with masters who work this frequency, and so that's it's easy for me to go back in and be like, all your work is nothing. And so there's different people who have trained to expound different skills and different abilities of this kind of leverage upon a person's body by learning legitimate magic craft of quantum connection and activation of the chakra systems and all of that stuff. It's amazing why and why people do shit that they do. That's the saddest part. But that's the importance. If you want to be a magician, if you want to be a shaman, the most important thing, what is the first thing you should work on? Your heart. Your heart is the most important thing for you to work on. Without a heart, you're not going to know where to start. If you don't know where to start, oh, shisha, could walk around the maze all day and be like, how the heck do I get into this thing? Never even started the journey, just walking around the outside. The heart is important because with a proper heart, everything created will be good. With a bad heart, everything created will be bad. We are either going to support life or we are going to detract from it. As much as I can, I'd like to support life. And that means being very aware of my actions and the effects that occur from my actions. Looking at one's environment, realizing what it is, and knowing that one has the ability to influence a positive shift, a positive effect of the butterfly effect into the world, a positive ripple that's actually going to do good for not just this lifetime into one group of people, but for generations into the future. Now, that's some foresight that we normally don't look at because we're stuck on the human level. There's one scripture in one of them books, and it says, how much you word it better than me, but it mentions how well the divine would know how to give us a gift, and how lacking we would be of how to give a good gift. Just even awareness. And so many times I've been asked by the divine within my own heart, what do you want? What do you want? And I'm like, like, I'm good. I'm pretty content. Like, if you like to surprise me or something, that's great. I don't know what would be great for me. What would be good for me? I might want something in life, and it's one of those old wants or something. It might not do my life all that much good. It might cause problems in my future. I might actually be a lot better off without that thing. And so that means separating myself from my own desires and seeing the greater good in something, seeing a higher purpose that allows me to learn how to detach from things on a personal level. On a personal level, nobody else involved, just me. So when somebody comes up and they create a problem, shit, I was carrying the football, I was carrying the information. They come in with something combative. I'm just gonna keep what I got, keep moving on. I'm not even gonna combat. I'm not gonna stay there no more. I recognize the difference of a person that is going to act instinctively, which equals impulsive, instinctive, impulsive. Somebody who's going to be a bit more on the human level, somebody who's a bit more on the human level. That's to understand somebody who is working as they're aware with their God and devil, with their demon and their angel, with the good and the positive, with the intake and the out and intake and outtake. Because they're now aware that they have a choice to not be instinctive nor impulsive. They have the ability to bring forth information, opposing information, which is going to allow them to make a sound decision forward. And while we're working on that human phase, we don't get everything great. Some we make the wrong call. Why? Because we're pulled back towards impulsive, instinctive desire of I want. But in that human course, we're heavily considering how does this affect everybody around me? So that changes. We go from that instinctive, animalistic, to the human, to the divine. These are the three phases of humanity. This is what is really being presented for us to grow past where we've been stuck since the 1950s. I said it. I said it. We've been stuck in the fucking 1950s all around the world. What do you mean we've been stuck? Look at all the progress we got. We didn't have these flat screens in the 50s. What do you mean? We got stuck on a technological advancement and we left behind our moral aptitude. Somehow within humanity, it was decided to leave a group of people in charge of morality, and they donned on the big title religion with different colors and names and all sorts of fucking shiny shit. But they didn't hold up their end of the bargain. They didn't teach what they were supposed to teach. They helped, they did some good, but there was a lot of bad left in the wreckage, and now we're dealing with people. A lot of people really don't have morals. Why don't they have morals? Because they've been paying attention to the instinctive, to the impulsive, to the desires, to the animalistic nature of man. That's why somebody at the top to fucking shine and the whole crowd's fucking applauding to? No. No. That's not the fucking way to move forward, because that person's going to get some false sense of something and everybody's going to follow them off the fucking edge of the cliff. Not the way to go. This worshiping of each other is not the way to go. It's nice to honor somebody and be like, yo, check out how we could get closer to the spirit for ourselves. He's got some tricks. Pay attention. And each one can apply and move on their own route. It doesn't invalidate another person or another system or another way of thinking. Let's help each person develop into that divine Godhead mindset, heart set. That's what will transform our world, because it takes every. Oh, that's a good analogy. Wow. I was thinking of an ant and how they can carry like so much beyond their weight, their size and stature. How when you put it on a scale, it's amazing how much weight an ant can actually carry compared to you. And I'm thinking about a human, on the animal, on the human, on the divine, on those three levels. And in the beginning, man, they can barely carry one for one in all reality. But by the end, they carrying more weight than anybody else. They're carrying love and hope and working good and all this other stuff people will be like, how are you carrying that much? How are you doing that? That seems superhuman. Like an ant, like a developed intelligence who learned how to work a whole lot smarter. Anyways, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And I don't know. I mentioned doing cards or something. Maybe we'll pull some cards or whatever the case. Um, check that out. Anyways, I'll be back in just a moment. Tim bringing out the binary sequence and the connection with quantum reality is in all reality is that's exactly what all the ancients were doing and what they were passing on with the stone, with the pyramids, with the temples, with the buildings, with the connection to the stars. They did it all by saying, look what we did with the technology we advanced to. This is the technology that we developed to on this planet. And they knew there would come a time that would pass where what they had technologically was inferior to stone and would not last the ages and years of what that hard stone would last through. And so things were carved into the walls and things and messages were left to let us know just how advanced we can become. People want to look at it and just ask questions. Well, why? How does this connect with this? How does that connect with that? How does that work there? I don't know, but it's obvious it does. I mean, it lines up to this and this and this and this and this and this and this. But we just don't know how it got here by an advanced motherfucking intelligence of which we were before, and we've got knocked out before, and we had to start over again, and we've done this before. Help you remember your past so you can make a better choice in the future. Why else would you line something up with the stars than to show that a greater intelligence existed? People say that we can't build a pyramid today or make some great work like that. And I'm like, man, if you brought in every smart mind on the world and put them on it, they create methods and ways that never been invented before. If you pulled up all the free information that you've been hiding under the ground and shared that technology too, or we could make one probably a lot faster than what we're thinking about. And on and on and on and on. And that's what I see happen in the past when some great wonder of the world got put in place on this planet to stand the test of time and flood and weather and everything. That was because mankind united. They came together. They said, look, we got a little bit from everybody. That country learned this, that land learned this dude learned that. We brought it all together and we were able to make something from everything. Instead of destroying everything that was around us, we united it. Now that's a wonder in this world. That's for sure. Okay, I'll pull some cards. Thanks, GT7. Good morning, bro. Oh, you're saying good morning to Forsaken. I was looking up. I'm connecting with spirit, and that's a large part of the meditative work, and learning how to detach from things at will, and by stating how to detach from things, that does imply and fully mean that one can reattach to whatever they detached from. Okay, it's, you could reattach or you could detach at will. It's not that you detach and you're like forever never caring about it. It just happens for a moment, so that you can be like, yeah, that was not good, or yeah, that, you know what, let me change. Anyways, and connecting with the spirits and being able to meditate, it gets the individual out of the way, so that the information that's supposed to come through can roll through. If I'm busy worried about eating or sleeping or this or that, or I want whatever, and I'm trying to interpret a message coming from divinity, from the spirit realm, from whatever source, right? Plucking it out of air per se. If there's something in my heart or my mind that's active, I'm going to channel that information. I'm going to bring it to that tunage. I'm going to bring that awareness to mind. But if my heart and my mind are truly open and connected, then I can truly deliver whatever kind of messages meaning to truly be delivered. And that's why disconnection, being able to be free of what people are so stuck to, is valuable and massively important, not just for this world's effects, but for the working with the divines themselves. Okay, this is for somebody that's watching, but I don't know who, and they'll know, they'll know who. This first card is the Two of Swords, which is bringing out, it foretells a duel, but it also says that the results will not be fatal. Your partnerships will not go smoothly, and in general, many obstacles will be thrown in your way. The second card is the Six of Pentacles, which brings out, you will be suddenly enriched, but this money for which you will have made no effort and given no labor will not profit you long, especially on account of the undesirable friendships which you will form. In old age, you will find yourself very poor indeed. So what I'm going to bring out is that these two cards are expressing what happens when you're trying to attain more and you decide to work on a partnership with somebody. You're going to do more than have some successes. You're going to be crossing swords into some sort of dueling behavior. Why? Because somebody's going to see the advantage you have, the love you have, the kindness you are. They're going to want more than their fair share. That's why it won't be fatal, because if they killed you, they get nothing. So they have to leave you alive. And because of that poor partnership that followed you around, you are a star and everybody around you is feeding off of it, leaving you destitute because you don't actually wind up engaging life as you would desire. Don't take the chance, don't put the money where your marbles are, kind of thing. And so the wrong people around you cause a stall in acting. So what this shows and tells me is, like I say continually, don't follow any person. Follow you. Follow your heart. You're your own partner. I ain't something saying some weird crap going on like that. But you want to make a deal with somebody, you want to trust somebody in this world, you could trust yourself. If you're honest with yourself, if you've done that kind of legwork on the journey, on the shamanic path, on that kind of stuff, you can trust yourself. That's what you're working towards. That's what you're developing. That's why you're seeing things differently. That's why you're walking a different path. That's why I think some things are being shaken up, not only in your life, but in other people's lives, because you're changing some things, trying to see things clearer. Other people, they're losing their stability because they counted on their control on you. They counted on you walking a certain path of subjection. And because you're not staying on their desired subjected path, their life ain't so plump yum no more. Now they got to work for their own. Now they got to earn their own coins. Now they got to keep their own. That made their joy go away a bit. Because they don't have a fucking slave anymore to control. That's what people do. They turn others and their little worker bees, especially the ones who won't pay you nothing. But they got you mentally or by the heart, yang by the cojones, as some would say. That's the shit to get out of. Ba, ba, ba. Super welcome, Joanna. Oh, you wanted a card? What we got? We got those two out. Okay. Oh, sweet, sweet. Okay, cool. That it's amazing because my like I'll consciously become aware of something like pulling a card for yourself, and then like my mind is going off wherever it goes, and my spirit's guiding me as it does, and so I pull the cards and they connect with who it was supposed to connect with, and my mind was like, "Oh shit, I forgot something." No, you did it. You were just in La La Land while it happened. People were like, "Why are you so happy?" "Because I tricked myself again." "What do you mean?" "Well, see, I thought I lost something, and I was really upset about it for a long time. but I just hit it really well. So I found what I was looking for, and so I was super happy. And so I tricked myself because I thought I lost it, and I did it. Woohoo! Good joke, self. You won't pay somebody to walk around and entertain you all day long. You know, that's what a king did. They had the jester walk around with them all day long so they could be entertained at any moment they wanted to. Shoot, the only way to do that is to become the jester yourself. For yourself. For yourself, of yourself, to yourself, if you'd like. You don't have to be, but I enjoy the role of the jester. Forsaken Kings. She said, I'm handing out tickets to the portal through hell. Who wants timed out next? I was like, I had this thing yesterday. I don't know if it's yesterday or the day before. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. I'm sharing just a joke. So there's this one time I was speeding really fast. I had the speeding ticket. I cop pulled me over. Woo woo woo. And he comes over. I rolled down my window. I said, "Thank goodness you pulled me over, officer." And he had this weird look on his face, and he's like, "Why are you happy to get pulled over? You know I'm going to give you a ticket." I say, "Yes, officer, there's this concert that just is coming into town, and I had to get a ticket as soon as I could." Uh, I never said I became a comedian, but I never gave up. I'm okay. Okay, I'll pull a card or two for you for a second. Thanks, Elizabeth. Well, you know, the jewelry represents a lot, and I shared that earlier today. But another thing it represents and is very functional of is if I start dancing, you know, I got my own song to create rhythm to. Dancing and having rhythm go hand in hand. So if you got a little jingle on different portions of your body, then like you know you can wind up getting a good synchronicity of rhythm and song. And shit, half the party's going already. You know, just somebody else shows up. Who knows when gets started? You know. Okay, okay. See if another one pops out. I one popped out for you, Forsaken. We'll see if another one pops out here. Take care, GG. Oh, one did. Ha! Wow, that's interesting. So out of two different shuffles, the cards didn't pop out. They literally fell out the bottom. And one fell like on the table, and then the other one fell like on my knee and touching on the table. So they like just glided there. It was like no pop. It just went into place. One is the master of the scepter, and the other is the master of the cup. That's pretty freaking cool. So I'll read these in a moment. They do not correlate to the Rider White deck. It is a different system, so I'll read those in a moment. In case you want to take a screenshot, let me get my. 23's been popping up lately. I was born on the 23rd, and this first card, the Master of the Scepter, is card number 23. XXIII. I'll get there. The Master of the Scepter, a king, a crown on his head, seated on his throne and pointing a scepter towards the earth. This arcane 23 means look for a powerful protector and your enterprises will succeed. Look for a powerful protector and your enterprises will succeed. The next one is 37. The Master of the Cup. This means that you will enjoy the sincere friendship and devotion of a person in a high position. If the questioner is a woman, there is a fine marriage in prospect. So, doubly there, a friendship, that protector, that individual who can help create a safe environment for that which you want to create. And so balancing energy and a friend, and a couple cards we pulled earlier was very much bringing out quite seemingly the opposite sort of a case or circumstance. And so just kind of linking those separate readings together and showing an evolutionary or a shamanic growth of the path is that by clearing the field of fake friends, we can certainly draw in and find a solid friend, a good protector, someone who's going to be a blessing to us and not a detriment. And that's definitely a growth in life, because when we're younger, we're more the animal, more the human, more leaning towards the impulse, the instinct of the pleasure, the immediate self gratification. And as we grow towards that divine, we see that the friends we had in the past supported that old behavior. So if we truly want to grow and develop from human to divine, then we really have to separate from the old friends and attain new relationships. New individuals in our life are going to allow us to have more of a creative um, freedom than we had before. And that creative freedom could simply be the stability of our project throughout its terming. I directly connected Forsaken. I gotta say it. I directly correlated when it mentioned protector. I directly correlated immediately to the sleep paralysis uh, thing and that awareness. And that's I do that for anybody. I do that for anybody. That's where I see every single human, good or bad, bad or good, whatever it is. Like, they're worth fighting for. They're worth letting my spirit team and mom and pa, the divine mother and father know, like, yo, check out this person, see what they're going through. Not to hurt the person, not to harm the person, not to get justice or vengeance ultimately out of the person. But guess what? The person is fucked up because they've been stuck on some bad stuff that somebody got them stuck under. It wasn't their choice necessarily to be where they are to get in this end result. They got stuck there. So if the divine can help them out, if the spirit team could help them out in some regard, maybe reach out to their spirit team, send a message, whatever, in case they do on that end of things, shoot, may it happen for the better. Because as far as I'm aware, we need every single human on this world fighting for the better, creating a positive ripple in that butterfly effect. Um, We've all sat on the sidelines thinking we can't do anything to change the world. They're bigger, they're got more money, all of this. You got more heart. That heart is more powerful than money. That heart can influence them big powerful people with all that money who create things that we use every day. I have this dream. I got a dream. It's not that I had a dream, I have a dream. These devices right now, they send out signals, and I don't give a fuck how you cut it. You can pull it up online, open source information. These devices emit radiation. Period. Classify it, be technical, say it doesn't do this, whatever the fuck. It emits radiation. Okay? I dream of a day when these devices actually emit frequencies that heal the human body, that repair the fucking DNA at a molecular level. Because we actually possess the technology to do this, and that sound comes out inaudible to the human motherfucking ear, just like the radiation pouring out of it. There's a way to make it benefit the body and bless the body as a healing tool. Does it have a bad aspect to it? Goddamn right it does. But if we acknowledged it, we could create something better. Instead, they say, oh, no, 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 it doesn't do anything. No, 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 it's okay. No, 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 no. All the fucking denial means that we don't move forward. How do you move humanity forward with financially poor little old me? With truth. Push truth. Push truth. What are you going to do? Lock up the whole world? The whole world going to become 1984 overnight because everybody started speaking the damn truth, so they had to put everybody in a penitentiary? I don't think so. Truth is powerful. Truth, unfucking unadulterated truth, pure fucking raw truth. You want to play games with my emotions? Let me drop the cold, hard, bloody fucking truth right off at your doorstep. There you go. Now let's talk. Otherwise, I ain't interested in all that fluff. You bringing me some fucking fluff? Get it out of here. I don't want it. I ain't interested in it. I ain't buying it. I ain't signing up for the service. I'll give you a trick. You want a trick? Hey, let's fuck up some services. I'm for real. In a most positive way. Here's a trick. Watch, they'll change the way they do things. Okay. You know how you sign up for a service like a free subscription, right? We'll use something. It goes across the board. It could be internet, online. It could be something you see something infomercial on TV, and it says sign up for 7 days free trial, whatever service, right? If you don't like it in 7 days, you don't pay anything. It's a digital thing, whatever the case, you get it. Okay. This is why you do not use your bank card. Go to the motherfucking store and get a $4.90. You gotta pay $4.99 for it, and you get to load $20, $30, whatever. Okay, go get that card. Go buy something with it. Leave $4 on it, and then for that free trial service, use your prepaid card. It's only got $4 on it. Keep signing up for free trials. Those $4 will last you a really long time because they don't actually charge you for it. And then you'll start getting emails and it'll be like, hey, mister, you didn't pay for your service. You got to pay for it. And you're like, mm-hmm. There's ways to get around things. And I've met people and they're like, oh, that's so wrong. You shouldn't do that. They said it was a free trial. And then they started charging me all these charges. And then when I try to call and cancel, They make it a pain and a hassle. Well, I call that bullying and intimidation, so I ain't pulling no punches. The whole world tries to cause you to get frustrated, but there's ways to get around that to where you're not frustrated anymore. Just because the world offers you one option does not mean that that's the only option you have to take. You can do things differently. Are people going to challenge you? Yeah. Why? Because they have to read the goddamn rule book of their freaking job in order to comply with what you want. But what you want, it's not illegal and it's not wrong. It's just not what they're comfortable with. They're used to just making everybody go through that line. That one's empty over there. What the hell? I'm going to walk through the empty one. What? That's your problem. You weren't proficient with your job, didn't know what you did. People like to complicate your life. Uncomplicate it. Take those things out. Find things that help you be content in the moment, regardless of what's going on around you. I was watching this one show. Excuse me. Dude lost his shit and walked off, and that's all. I was like, bro, if I ever had a business, if I ever had anything, if I ever had a group of people or whatever, I'd have this option available. Like a smoke room or something. So like somebody could go get a real nice fat joint rolled up, some good Mary Jane, and I don't know, take her easy. Like be like, bro, you're not doing good. Go take it easy, you know. We'll get you. We got pizza coming for you. Get a little high, chill out. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Like, and then you feel good afterwards. Why? Because you took care of yourself. You did something for yourself. But if you're constantly working for somebody else and you're not paying attention to your own, and you keep denying something small, satisfactory, heck, even if it's a bad candy bar, you know, whatever. That's what you like. Make sure you got some candy bars on it. I feel better. Good. Okay, I'll go back into my environment and conquer that shit. It's amazing how big a small little thing will do for us. And that's what I found for others is the same. Is it's something small. It's not the big thing. If people want to do a big thing so that they get noticed for it and get noticed for it, and then people like them, and then they take advantage of things. Yeah, it's the little things that help people the most. And one of those little things could just be showing up every day. That's something the world constantly misses on. They fail to show up even for themselves. Do not follow impulses blindly. That's complete folly. And that's what we've been talking about is that animalistic, that impulsive nature, that which is satisfactory. Elevating beyond that, moving beyond that. Yesterday we were talking about yesterday we were talking about role models, and I was talking about how I look at the divine ones from all around the world, Egypt, all of it, all the way around, as my role models to live up to some divine intelligence, some divine connection. It's not that far fetched. They left such a record. There's so much material. I was around one individual and they looked at the stuff I was wearing and they were like, wow, you're very symbolic, like with the things that I wear, like symbolizing different aspects, different realities. And I'm like, in my own realm, this is like there are some conscious beings that I have worked with, and I know that they are blind to our dimensional reality. They can't see. But there are particular elements that in their functioning they can be very aware of, almost like sonar activity, sonar listening. They can hear better than they can see, and things have vibrations. So different things can be seen in different wavelengths of light. This is scientifically true. So, in effect, by seeing certain colors, I effect a thought process within my mind. By seeing certain symbols, I erect a certain thought reaction from the cause of what my mind saw. So I'm literally regularly performing level 1 magic on myself without even thinking about it. I set it up so that I'm constantly freeing myself from that which the world continually will impose upon me through every medium, whether it be my laptop, TV, going to a store, getting something to eat. All of this symbolism, all of these things that are in my room and that I surround myself with is quite, except for my TV, coffee pot, some speakers and whatnot, and some general regular things, is I try to put my mind somewhere that the world does not allow me to be every day. I want to go to Egypt or some other place. So where my mind believes I am, there I am, is it not? What I surround myself, that's the world I paint for my reality. We all have a different reality that we each individually paint. This is why people love science so much, is because they're aware of this. And so through the field of science, they can come up with processes in which other people can verify by going through the exact same processes. Because they are very aware that everybody has a bit of a different reality in their minds. So learn as much as you can. By learning all that you can, it opens up more doors in your mind. Those doors, as long as much as one may be able to have a solid foundation from where they started this journey, you can learn about anything. It's like anchoring down, like a ship anchoring down, and the seas might be turbulent and you might go left and right and seem to lose your position, but ultimately that anchor is not left its spot. You'll be okay. You'll come back full through. It's the people who have ill intent that wind up creating, uh, going down routes that they can't find their way back. Lies and deception fracture the mind, not just of oneself but of others, and that doesn't do any good. Not in the long run. I mean, yeah, I could challenge any line of thought with something opposing. Can always use opposition to sharpen the blade, per se. Though, if possible, I much like to prefer water to smoothen the rough edges of the stone. Yeah, that's been a topic of today's clothing attire, and it really has become my journey. I had this tiger blanket, man, just part of my past that I had, and it was a gift, and I was able to hold on to this gift throughout many places that try to keep it from me. One place literally tossed me out practically overnight, and this tiger blanket was at the bottom of everything, and I flipped over a whole freaking pot of soil and other stuff. I didn't know if I was going to be able to get back there the next day. I thought I was. I believed I was going to, but there could have been the chance that I wasn't. And I made sure and got this blanket from there, and I wound up going to the Hindu temple for a while. And I've always had this connection with this tiger blanket. It's not real tiger skin. It's just a blanket. And I was having this massive connection on the Hindu side, and a lot of people related with Shiva and whatnot. And I had a dream of a tiger. I had this massive visionary experience of a tiger in that astral space. So not only just at a temple or whatnot, but a personal experience before I ever went there, kind of a thing. And and it was a double-sided blanket. So essentially, through inclination, intuition, through other people's comments, and just everything combined, all things experience all combined, I wound up keeping half the blanket intact. So that's like the floor of my main space that I'm on. Usually I still use it, but then the other half I wound up using it to create skirting material and whatnot, um, to make it part of my attire. So it's interesting how different things will happen. Like there was a series of events where it was just an idea to do that, and I would have never freaking done it if I didn't have a series of events that actually supported the action that ultimately led to me doing it. And it's interesting how things in life we're going to hold back from doing. We say that we're procrastinating, but really we're waiting for something else to happen first. We need it to get set up. We need the field to be set. We need certain elements in place. And by following the divine path, the shamanic path, being able to see those things that nobody else sees, being able to recognize patterns, an animal, a sequence, likeness of events, whatever the reasoning brings information to my mind that winds up giving me insight and awareness of my environment, lets me make a better choice today than I had before yesterday. Sheesh. That's how the spirit feels like. Is they've been a solid tiger, man. Freaking taking out any obstacle at my feet or before me. When I had that vision of the tiger, they were an ally through and through. First time, it was like seeing a tiger free roaming in front of me, like I was awake, like right now, like you're awake. And I was a freaking tiger right there. I'm like, I, I ran. I knew I couldn't outrun them. I knew they were going to catch me, but I freaking ran. I was freaked out. Oh, and I woke up. But they were never chasing me, and they were always light. The energy was light. I'm your friend, just hanging out. What's up? Is this a spiritual journey? Uh, that'll kind of never end. So that's a big yes. But on another portion, all the information I offer every single day is for other people to be able to be aware of. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be available for replay, so it's indefinitely available. And it's a record of my life. Like I was saying earlier, I wrote the book, and that's all published and whatnot. And now there's a recorded history, a log, and so anybody going on this journey, on their own spiritual journey, and they can have some tips and tricks of their own to be able to utilize. I'll be right back after none of these messages. Have I ever seen a ghost? Uh, in what you're visualizing? No, not what you're visualizing. That's not. That's not how they appear. Not like that. That's a movie thing. Felt them, spoken with them, interacted with them, helped them, been helped by them. Um, I've seen their physical presence. See, you say the word ghost, and my mind sees a shell with no consciousness, but I think of a spirit and I see heart and memory, uh, experience. I see an individual. Ghost impersonable, ghost unfamiliar, spirit familiar, spirit personable. Just my own personal connection with these words, not telling you to change how you say or think about these things. spirits can very much connect with animals. They can show up through animals. They can affect the lights. They can affect electricity. They can affect weather. They are the very elements themselves with a cognizance, with a mind. And so I wind up seeing these types of patterns of intelligence. Intelligence, you have to recognize intelligence. Intelligence doesn't exactly exist everywhere. There can be life without intelligence. There's two different things. You have to work towards intelligence. Life can simply exist. And then it was what, a few days ago there we did have a couple of light apparitions. So that was pretty interesting. As we had a technological proof of it. I think it was, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago at this point. There's somewhere happened 2 or 3 times during the live. I had picked it out of the corner of my eye, and a few other people had noticed it. Um, as far as work and life purpose, uh, it depends how one views work. For myself, like I can't work under the construct of I'm gonna do whatever you tell me to do for X amount of hours because of whatever freaking reason. I can't do that work for anybody because something's gonna happen and I'm gonna be like, no, I'm done here. So I could care less on that end. But if it's somebody that I can help heal, I can help them heal a situation. I can help them take care of something. Um, if something that my heart goes out to and I'd like to affect that in that way, then shoot, I'll wake up and I'll get what I need to out the way and I'll start my efforts, I'll start my labor, I'll start working on that immediately. But I'm happy to do so. It's not that somebody's telling me what to do, but that's my passion. And so in that work, well, my passion is more of a joy. And you know what? With any good work, you need some playtime, you need some chill off, you need rotation. But I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to put my effort forth in that regard continuously. And yes, that type of passion, that type of work does essentially become a purpose of life, is fulfilling and embodying something that one has a dream of achieving. I don't know about you, but do we not all have some inkling to do something that no one else has accomplished? To be the first at something? There's a whole lot of stuff to be the first of. I tell you what, so much that we have yet to discover and especially yet to rediscover. I'm not supposed to be an adult. Never, ever, ever, ever. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. And I'm going to play with some tarot and oracle cards. Nope, not for me. I like that Jojo Woombot mentioned about your grandparents and the squirrels. It was a couple of squirrels that moved onto the property and hung out. Most absolutely. Most absolutely. Like, truly, like, spirits, consciousness, especially on the animal side, the full on animal side, like, that's massive connection, embodiment. Squirrels are some smart mofos, I tell you what. They are, regardless of what one would like to think or want or anything. Some smart guys, gals. Let's see. Maybe, maybe we'll read a book. Maybe. Why is so serious, huh? What is this play around more? When I hang around people that are serious all the time, they're all saying serious stuff, I wind up saying something really funny and that makes no sense at all. They look at me like I'm fucking nuts, and I'm like, yeah, that's how you sound. But I never say that part. I never say that's how you sound, but that's what I think. Exactly. And you feel how I feel now? Mm-hmm. That crap you saying means a bunch of nothing. I want this. I like that. I think her. She's about that. Him's about that. You should change that. Fuck off, fucking idiot. Go play some video games. Have some fun in life. Be a superhero or something. Shystas. You want to hear my Barney song? No, don't sing the Barney song. It's really horrible. Oh, I won't go there. It's like a sixth grade song. You know, like you're beyond that thing, and so now it's like a really bad thing. When I was a child, when I was born, my immune system crashed. Like, the white blood count, it crashed, and then they put me in the bubble, and it kept getting worse. My health kept getting going down, and they couldn't. The doctors, there's several doctors, they couldn't figure out what was going on with me, and they literally put me in my mom's arms, and they said let them die at home because they couldn't figure out what was going on with me. And yeah, my white blood count, that when I was 14, it had crashed again. Um, no real explanation of why the crash happened, but I don't know if it's autoimmune disease. But yeah, that stuff is no joke. When the immune system crashes, that's. So somebody asked me earlier if this was like my shamanic or my spirit journey or my spirit something. And a lot of stuff of what I share is from what I've lived through, what I've survived through. On the spiritual side of things, I've recognized that people are not the obstacle, people are not the difficulty. Um, there's a spiritual issue that winds up happening at a place. It the spiritual issue is equivalent to a generational curse or generational, bad thing. It happens to every generation, and it's just a negative ripple. It's a negative effect on that butterfly effect. And it requires us coming in and creating a new pattern. And that's why I admonish one to follow their own hearts, and and to just seek to do as you do, because you're going to walk into a situation where it's been done wrong in the past. You're going to walk in, and by following your heart, by saying what you say, by doing what you do, you're going to become a cause for a new effect. The new effect is a new ripple. People are responding differently to you now, and not just to you, but people are responding differently in that environment. So the generational curse, the negative ripple, the negative butterfly effect is literally replaced because we stopped the buck with us. We said, screw it. You know what? It happened to me. But I don't care about like even Stevens and justice and getting my own 2 cents back here. Look, I'm going to stop the fucking process. The wrench in this ugly ass motor is lubrication, getting rid of all the junk. And now this thing's going to run a lot smoother because there's a new effect. There's a new cause that created a new effect, and that's going to replace the old bad ripple to something harmonious, something beautiful, something symphonic. And that's literally how we create a positive future. That's literally by acting upon the truth as we see it. That's how we change it. I said it earlier, like, we don't need money. You don't need riches to change your environment. I've been to different places. I've been northern United States, southern United States, the desert, the winter, the water, the area, the this, the that. What? There's one place I've been, and people friendly as all hoot. Everybody friendly to me. But the dogs, holy crikey, they trying to bite the crap out of me. They barking at me, losing their shit on me. I go to another portion of the United States. All the dogs are nice to me. Come up to me, want me to scratch and love on them left and right. But the motherfucking humans treating me like shit all day long. Different places, different situations. I've seen a bunch of different realities. But on the spiritual side, really, it's all the same. It's all about putting a new positive, it really solidifying a new positive ripple in that environment. That's like an angel out of heaven coming down and like, boop, help that situation out. Boop, help that situation out. And that's how we are all that one collective mind, that consciousness, that heaven, that collective solutions come through intuition, have no clue how we got it. Somebody figured it out. And we can pick up that vibration, that frequency. We got a lot of friends out there in the world, even though we may not have their phone number or know their name. A green shooting star, that's pretty precious right there. That's amazing. And that's completely real. There are those out there that connect us together. Again, belief is a powerful thing. Belief changes one's actions. If one believes it, then they act in accordance with it. If they don't believe it, they don't act in accordance with it. If I believe I have a father and a mother out there in the universe, something beyond my comprehension and totality, even though I connect with them, and then I ever strive to do more, to learn more, because I know that there is more. There is something more out there. But if I don't believe that, then the only thing that exists is my fellow human, in which I know they're just like me and they can't do anything else than copy what's around them because there's no original idea to tap into. One is completely limiting, and the other one is ever developing, ever evolving, completely liberating. I look at the principles of something. I have a foundation of my own life of virtues and qualities and things. It's just that that's just got to be part of it. I'm not going to partake in something that doesn't have those in them. So then, that which I seek to embody or follow or I see in life, does it have those qualities? Does it emulate those standards in some way? Does it have its own group of standards in which it has its own foundation? I tell you, as much as I've paid attention, divine chaos, divine chaos is structured. That's why it's divine. It's ordered. Like this, I got an acronym for REBEL. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. So rhetorical, it's happening over and over again. Erratic seems to be spontaneous. Just you never know when it's going to pop up, where it's going to pop up next. In that loop. But we're doing the same thing, and the same thing is escalating love. Well, if they can't pay attention to your past, if they can't find a pattern to your events, to your past, then they cannot determine what you're going to do in your future. So if I can learn my own foundation solid enough that I can treat each major principle or virtue or foundational quality of my being, if I can literally, like a portal and a black hole, jump from each one and arrive at a different personality point to deal with whatever it is. It could be the same situation over and over, but I can switch and swap, and my enemy never has a hold on me. Who is my enemy? Deception, falsity, things that are limiting. So Jojo Umbat, that's a pretty good comment. But belief has been a weird one lately in life. I believe in manifesting in manifesting, and that what we believe in shapes us in our lives and stuff. But I still can't find the ability within to dictate what I believe in. If I'm not mistaken, it was yourself that was relating some experiences with coincidences and likenesses and the shooting star, and you were like, these things just kind of happen a couple times. That was you didn't say it like this, but essentially you saw a pattern, and the pattern repeated. And those repetitions were very unusual. They were so unusual that they grabbed your memory. You paid attention to that shit when it happened. Believe in what you experienced. And now know that everything you read, everything you get your hands on and hear, is someone who had a similar experience, and they're trying to frame that experience with a structure of words to clothe it so that we can see it. Is it important what the word is that I use to say I believe in it, or that I know I'm working with this other entity, this other consciousness, some type of pattern recognition, I'm working with something. And if you want to come watch my life 24/7 for 7 days, you're going to see the shit yourself. Shit, you could have a camera recorded if you got it rolling. And in that reality, I don't care what it's called. I said it at the beginning of my journey. I don't know if it's a ghost. I don't know if it's God. I don't know if it's immaterial. I don't know if it's ET. I don't know what the fuck it is. But it's something with intelligence, I'll tell you that much. And until I shake their hand, until I give them a hug, until I see them in front of my face, I don't fucking know. You could call it anything. You could call it whatever the hell you want. I don't care. But it's intelligence. It's not out to hurt me. It's not out to hurt others. And I'm going to keep, as a scientist, I'm going to keep working with the experiments. I'm going to keep working with the real world assistance, telepath, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to keep working. I'm going to keep working in the lab. And one day my results, they'll speak for themselves. They'll be undeniable to the world. And everybody else will be able to experience it themselves as well. It'll be reproducible on a vast level so that there is no more denying the spirit, because I think that's what we've done long enough collectively, individually, is we've denied the immaterial. You want to call it dark matter, you want to call it God, you want to call it invisible, you want to call it unknowable. That's why you call it dark matter and dark energy, because you don't know about it. It's a mystery. I don't necessarily have to understand the mystery to accept and respect its process and do what it needs so that it lives prosperously. We get lost in the details, and that's what I found. You get massively lost in the details. Pay so much amount of attention to the details that we lose connection with the person in front of us. And that's the most important thing right there, is recognizing the connection we have with the person in front of us, good or bad, right or wrong, this religion, that, or anything. Getting each other to see each other's heart. Because that'll change everything from the start. If we can see each other's heart from the start, we ain't gonna want to fight. We're gonna see they've been through enough. I'd just rather just let it be. I do not understand how people could be literally sending other people to fight and die. I don't get that. It does not compute with me. It doesn't compute with me. That is a villain. That's a fucking villain. Now it's one thing to be like, hey, do you want to help like protect and do good? You could sign up if you like, but like to fucking forcibly send people to go and fight and just try to kill somebody else and take what they have, that's a motherfucking villain. You can give it whatever shape or reason, or that's a villain to our world, to humanity, to our children, and to any future children that could be born. That's something we gotta phase out of our existence. We gotta grow from that, man. We gotta stop. Why do we tolerate that? Why the fuck do we tolerate that? There's this one story, and at the beginning of this story, there's a dude. He's standing right next to the main villain, to the bad guy who's like destroying the world. And he's literally like face to face. The dude could take his life. Like that. But he doesn't do it. He just stands right there. And the other dude's like, rah, 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 blah. He's talking his all talk and everything. And if you fast forward all the way to the end of the movie, the dude who came up to the villain in the beginning, he's like, man, in the beginning, You seem like such a big dude. You seem like, oh man, can't touch you. But now I see that you're just a fuck. You're just, you're less than these animals over here, man. You ain't nothing. You're nothing special. And the dude fucking takes him out, fight to fight, man to man. No need for a big ass war. Takes it out right there. That was nice. Well, technically, he didn't end his life. He just won the fight. But the bad guy, the villain, he stole a gun and he was gonna kill the good guy who won. And then the bad guy's right hand man was like, boom! He shot him. So like, bad guy took bad guy's life thing. Good guy didn't do a bad thing. Very cool family life. No Martinez said I'd like to know more about what you're teaching. Um, so I've got a book. I've written a book, published book. But if you want to send me an email, I'll send you a free PDF copy. But essentially, it contains a divine love language in which is describing a shamanic journey that a lot of people are living naturally and experiencing, but they they don't realize what they're actually going through. So they try to verify information with individuals who have no clue about what they're experiencing or going through, and they can't actually offer any valid information. Anyways, I'll send you a free PDF copy if you'd like of that. Um, though ultimately it's liberation from the controlling factors that would manipulate your perspective. People that lie to you. Um, Here's one direct construct. There is no such thing as passive aggressive. Okay, that doesn't exist. That's a falsity. That's not real. What we're actually talking about, what's actually happening, is a manipulative aggression. You see, it's peaceable. It seems nice. There's no direct confrontation. That's why they take the aggression out. But to be truly passive means that you are not doing anything and you are allowing whatever behavior to happen for you. It's like seeing a flower grow and you're going to let that flower grow every day. You're just going to let it be there. Okay, being aggressive means you're going to step forward, you're going to step on that fucking flower. Okay, being passive aggressive is like knowing somebody's walking right there and letting them step on it. Wait a second. You weren't being passive. You fucking manipulated the circumstances by calling that person over so they'd walk in that path and fucking step on the flower. It's called manipulation. Just because direct confrontation did not display aggression didn't mean that they were not aggressive. So becoming aware of certain things like this allows you to become aware that people are very intentional with what they're doing. And there are some motherfuckers that are so smart that they will play stupid and dumb and they will lie to you. I didn't know, I didn't know, I didn't know. Just like they'll say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, every single day for the same fucking action for 6 straight fucking years. If you were really fucking sorry, you'd stop it. You would have thought about it that day, that night, and the next morning. And when you saw me, you would have thought about it and you would have not done it. That would have been a true apology. But instead, your action performs and your mouth runs just like your thoughtless ambitions. So rather than argue with people or call them on their shit, I observe their behavior, I see what I'm working with, and I say, you know what? I ain't gonna work with this. Don't wanna work with it. You win. Whatever it is you got, keep it. I'm out. I don't give a fuck. Did you owe me something? I'm happier to keep my peace. Keep it. Don't want it. You have to fucking call me or fucking mail it to me. Figure out my goddamn address. I don't give a shit. I'm done. Done. That pisses people off the most, I found out. And hey, if you want to get at somebody, isn't that what you want to do the most? Is piss them off? Well, piss them off by showing that you don't give a fuck about them. That's pretty powerful because they're left in a state of giving a fuck because they didn't win, because their lies and deception didn't work to their advantage, which is going to teach them, damn, there's other people in the world. What I do don't always work. They, the ability for the healer to work unopposed is massive. There was a time in my life where I lived, there was so much mental suppression. Okay, when I say mental suppression, I mean beyond words, that kind of situation that happens living at home, kind of thing. I'm not just speaking about adolescence, but when you live day in and day out with somebody else, you see them and interact with them every day, okay? You know, to truly have the choice of what I'm causing, of what I'm participating in, that's my liberation and that's my freedom. That's my choice of what to empower or what not to empower, what to give my energy to and what not to give my energy to. That creates my future. I started out the day talking about my mom and daughters passing away and so forth and so on, and her and energy and transmutation of doing good things with that energy, that never ending supply of energy. And so the energy that I can transmute and share is greater than what my hands can ever work. And that's where I see a spiritual win for everybody, which will come back and pay back the physical, is the ability to escape turmoil. And turmoil truly exists in the mind. And the mind will create that vibration for the heart, and that heart will make the whole body resonate there. And this is very true. This is very true. You could try it. You could try it once. You'll have, I guarantee you'll have results. Positive results. The next time somebody gets upset, the next time you got a situation where you should be frustrated and upset, the situation says right now what's going on, I should be angry. The other person's angry, I should be angry. The other person wants to hurt me, harm me, do me wrong, whatever the case, I should want to have the same for them. In a moment like that, think of the most happiest memory, the most purest innocent moment, and be a kid be happy, be in love, completely fucking remove yourself emotionally from that vibration. Completely, for the entire duration. The entire duration of that event. You will not leave that space thinking about that stuff. You will not have problems that follow you from that event. And I'll explain to you why. We are electromagnetic individuals. Literally, scientifically, electromagnetic. So if somebody's polarity is aimed at anger, heat, rawr, and the other person is at a cool temperature, soft, happy, vibrant, these two energies do not match. They don't match. Their polarities on a magnetism scale do not match. The energy, the electricity, that's the emotion. The energy and motion, that is that activation going on, which is activating the magnetic aspect of the body, which is of thought, which is of frequency. If we are hit by the ripple, then we become that butterfly effect. So to remove oneself out of the situation and put themselves in a happy state of being, regardless of whatever the fuck is going on, guess what? All that anger, all that hostility, that shit, it doesn't fucking magnetize to me. It doesn't connect to me. Because what I'm polarized to is happiness and goodness and purity. I know what the fuck is going on. I choose not to fucking connect with it. I choose to connect with something else. It's my choice. I could talk about everything about what's going on down tonight, but I choose not to participate. Yours, not mine. And this is how we can literally walk in this world without catching a thoughtful or energetical type of disease, contamination, bad vibration, ultimately affecting our immune system. For how we feel affects our body physically. Our energy affects our body. It's very factual. Somebody who worries all the time, they're constantly angry and anxious, that actually shortens the length of their life. Whatever fucking scientific study, whoever did it, pulled it, it's out there. That shit's fact. A little bit happier, gonna live longer. I was watching this one thing the other day, and this person died laughing, and they're like, "While laughing extends your life," and all that good stuff. This one person died from a heart attack laughing. Well, maybe they didn't have a good diet or something, eating too much, whatever the case. That's not the normal. Although that would be pretty cool to die laughing. I mean, that'd be a good way to go, completely happy. uh, yeah, Jojo Umbad, and there's been more study on it. I mean, that is most definitely a fact about the science of water, the emotions on water, and how much we can consider even more from that when we realize that the human body is 70% plus water. So 70% plus water, how much of an impact what we say has upon water has upon our own resonance, and what we're in the constant state of thinking and saying and doing, mind, body, and spirit, mind, body, and heart, thus what's in resonance with another. Exactly, and that's truly live one vibrational energy. That's your joy, that's your happiness, that's who you are. That's brings you back to that solid foundation, that stability that other people lack. It's not complicated as much as it is regular a regular working of this aspect into one's own being. Just like a martial artist, or somebody in that physical capacity is gonna train over and over and over, so that their body's gonna respond a certain particular way, as much as we would want our heart or our emotions or our thoughts to respond a certain way. We can train the rest of our processes like this, not just in a physical manner, but in an emotional or energetical manner as well. The 114 said left ear ringing. And then the 114 also put who heals the healer. Yes, that's two good comments. So for the past, I don't know, 2 weeks, could be more. I can't remember. I didn't write the date down. But I did some spiritual things, and my ears, they ring pretty much all day long and all night long. They don't stop ringing. It gets louder, it gets lighter. I kind of like it. I like it. But what I sense is actually happening is that I found a new tunage. I found a new frequency to actually be aware of. I saw some stuff on like why the ears ring and stuff and whatnot. And I truly do believe I'm trying to pick up a new frequency, a new tunage that was inaudible to me before. Makes me feel not alone. It's amazing how we can feel alone in the world. I know I'm not alone. I'll tell you what, I am reminded constantly. I mean, shoot, even in that comment, I know I'm not alone. Everything around me is just another sign. I mean, like, I've got my shofar and stuff, horn. And when I'm walking around with just my staff and I got my shofar and whatnot, I think about the days in the past where there wasn't so many people, and like you passing by, you see somebody in the distance, you could blow a horn, they're likely to hear you. They might be so far away that even a shout at the top of their lungs isn't going to create enough sound. And back then, we would have wanted to make sound or shout to be like, yo, life, there is life somewhere else. Everybody's struggling to some degree, some regard. We all have something to offer each other, whether it be a little entertainment, some conversation, a little friend, whatever the situation. Too much of any one thing becomes a bad thing. So that friend that's always there every single day, it might not be such a great thing. Quantity is important. But having fun with life is important. And having fun doesn't cost money, it doesn't cost things. It requires time. You know, like somebody could go to work every single day to earn money, or one could think that I have a certain amount of time, I have a certain amount of years with my kid. They're going to be out of the house one day. And I could work my tail off and I could buy them everything they could desire. I could serve their animalistic, impulsive instinct. Or I could actually spend time with them and impart whom I am, whom my heart, I can make a heart-to-heart connection that requires time, that requires presence, that requires being content with what I have and not seeking more, that requires a lot of effort. Well, let me set the example for whoever it is I choose to be with. At least that's my thought. And that's why I couldn't just work a regular 9 to 5 anymore. That's why I couldn't just do that normal stuff. Even if it was securing my future. Every single book I read on spirituality, not one of those spiritual books, be it called Bible or any other book, said you labor. You go work for so and so and you labor every day and build yourself up a big coffer of treasure. And when you have 50,000 fucking rubies, then you can go fucking do what you want. None of those fucking books say that. They don't, they say rather the opposite. They say you don't need the money for all that. You just go on the journey, man. All that shit everybody's trying to work for, earn, and win to make them look cooler than somebody else ain't worth it. So I took the advice. And I find that they're pretty accurate. When I was younger, I wanted to fit in. I wanted to fit in. I wanted to fit in. I usually found a couple of friends from time to time, and then I grew up and I started learning and learning and learning, and I said, you know what, all them friends, one or two friends, are wanting more. You know, I'm good. I'm just good doing what I do. I'm good having a smooth road because I was always seeking something I didn't have to create that new little woo woo moment or whatever the case, you know, to keep my life interesting. And I'm gonna give up those so that I can be steady in my happiness and my growth so that I'm not getting pulled left or right. You know, there's the whole pendulum, how the pendulum swings back and forth. If you pull it to the right, it's going to swing back to the left. That's a guarantee. So I kind of learned to walk up to the pendulum and just kind of see it there and be like, ooh, somebody else pulled it back. It's not going to come back towards me. That's for sure. I'll stand out the way. I don't need to disturb the pendulum in order to walk my path. I can let things stay balanced. I can stay content with what I have. That doesn't stop the pursuit of growth. That doesn't stop the pursuit of anything else. Just like I've been mentioning for the past couple of days, truly to pick yourself up a tarot deck, to truly choose the spirit path, to truly go on the shamanic walk in one regard or another. If you take that step, there will be synchronicities, and the more steps you take, the more synchronicities that happen in the financial aspect of paying for your life seems to dissipate. Because the divine is more powerful than money. This is something I learned a long time ago, which I've never been big about money, rather quite the opposite, running in the opposite direction. But I like the way one person phrased it. They said, I don't need money. Money needs me. Hmm. On a spiritual side, on a shamanistic side, that's correct. I agree with that. In a non, like, puffed up way, because, like, the spirits need us. Like, they don't have to have us, but we can make things happen a lot faster than them reincarnating and going through all that stuff again. So, like, they need us to make things work smoother, and we need them to make things work smoother. It's a positive need. Not like a, not a negative word, but it's a positive thing. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back in just a couple of moments, and we'll pick up where we pick up. Hey, Buster, what are you doing over there? I didn't do nothing. Look, I got this dragon. It's a sparkly guy. See? There's something about growing up, and people forget how to have fun like a kiddo. And I have spent my life connecting to my kid self, my child self. And I'm like, bro, I won't let you die. I won't let them take you out. I won't make you grow up. I'll protect you, let you have fun. A lot of people can't understand that, but there's something about yourself that you learn to protect. There's something about thyself I learned to protect. And no one gets to that self. No one could harm that one. That's my childhood self. And he'll run and play and have fun every single day regardless. I could care less. I could care less whether somebody thinks I'm cool or hot or this or that or what the fuck ever. Rather, I'd like the opposite. I got used to the opposite. So, what people like to suppose and think and believe, let me encourage it just a little bit. And they'll never know who I really am. I'll truly be a mystery. You gotta have fun with life. I mean, paint your own reality. Let other people into it. Life's a journey, man. To deny stuff, to take it too seriously. A lot of people are like, how can you accept multiple faiths? How can you like support multiple faiths at once? It's kind of like, because I love life, and life has different cultures, traditions. Different animals are over there versus over here. Different plants exist over there than over here. I don't have to dislike pizza in order to enjoy a burger. But like people are in the world are like, no, you can't ever have the pizza if you like burgers. You only like burgers. You only eat burgers. Like that would be insane. That would be freaking nuts. That's what people do with your thoughts. People fracture the human being, the human mind. Your life often naturally our lives, each life naturally gravitates towards understanding its own reality, and those experiences are experiences to have, to learn from. The good, the bad, the ugly, awareness, growth. Can baby step your way to any success, that's for sure. And it's only when we see that we got to make a huge leap that we fall, we hesitate, we hold back, we don't embrace. Say, oh, I'd be safer just right here. What's familiar would be good. I, 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 my mind works in many facets, and in understanding all of that, I know it needs to rest as well. It's important to do that. It's important to rest. It's important to take one's time to sleep. When the mind races over and over and over and over and over and over, quite typically that's not your own doing. That's someone else. They send their spirit, they send telepathic thoughts, literally, to continually irritate your mind. And this is a reality I've learned. This is a tactic of an enemy, even if you don't see where it's coming from. I believe it though. I tell you, big tactic of the enemy is when they do not allow you to sleep. They keep pushing, they keep pushing, they keep pushing, they keep pushing. They don't allow you to rest. Because if I really was going to war with something, if there was somebody I was going to really fight with to the end to conquer or whatever, well, then let me make sure that my opponent is exhausted so that when we start fighting, I have an advantage and they're more than likely to go down into the toilet faster and easier. That's what they do. They exhaust. They exhaust you before they actually start the engagement because they know they're weaker than you, so they need an advantage on you. So when I start dealing with a situation or someone or that type of environment, and I notice this kind of persistenceness, well, for me that doesn't exactly happen anymore. But when that did, when that did, oh, then I had At first, when I became aware of what I could do, I started throwing up defense. I started throwing up protection, tiger's eye, things of that nature. And then after long enough, like I didn't have to do none of that. Like it just, that kind of stuff just stays away. I guess they all got their message eventually. But that's why, like on that spiritual path, consistency is required, because if one builds up and does a lot of good, there will be spirits, there will be conscious entities, human related or not, that will pay attention to your behavior. And if you slack on what you're to be responsible on, they'll pounce, they'll attack, they'll move in. They're looking for a weak spot, they're looking for a chink, they're looking for an inconsistency to destroy your character. And that's why this requires, one's journey truly does require one to know themselves, and that dedication, not to another, but truly unto themselves, to their own course of growth. For if one grows, then they can help those around them. But if I do not grow and my environment changes, I'm nothing to affect a positive change. Or I'm subject to only be an effect. If I'm with somebody, I can't help them. If I could even save myself in that situation, I can't help anybody else. Because I can't change to my environment. So being aware of these types of things truly does assist one in protecting another, bringing in reinforcements on some type of scale or system, so that another person can build what they need to, can have a structure of stability, to get a firm footing, to find a solid foundation in their own being. And knowing what to believe is what one is interacting with what one has consistent positive results with. The specifics, they're debatable. Absolutely. Until ET shows up in the mothership, comes off the ship, and humans try to take them underground, and they're like, "Nah, fuck you. We're here to say hi, and we're gonna live right here. Are you not cool with that?" I don't know how it would all go down these days, but you know, as I mentioned, we got to learn how to get along first. We got to learn how to love each other before they ever even care to touch down and say hi. Actually, somebody asked, did I ever do special things to get my necklaces? And I wouldn't say that there were special things as in a context of that nature, but upon my journey, upon my particular shamanic path, there were certain advancements that I did make, leaps of faith I absolutely did take. And if I would not have taken them, these particular gifts, I would not have attained, um, let alone retained throughout loss, events of loss after that. So, quite massively low. This one was a gift. And there were certain things that were, essentially, I was homeless. I was homeless for a couple of months. I followed the divine. The divine told me, they were like, look, you got to rough it for a bit. It's gonna, but I got a place for you. And I was like, sure, I'll do it, whatever. Like, and so just through the intuition and spiritual communication, literally within my own mind, and following that, I was able to make connections with individuals and be in places which I otherwise would not have been, because I would have had a place of my own. I would have stayed in my own place rather than go somewhere else. And because of that, I was able to make connections and be in places and attain particular memories that otherwise would never have occurred. So massively, massively, I would, and so I would say more so than really accomplishing something was more so the ability of presence, um, winds up really solidifying moments like that. I see people and they give me a gift, and it's like the gift is something personal to them, extremely personal, and they give it to me to carry on. That's those are memories, man. Those are memories that last a lifetime, more than a lifetime. That's a responsibility. That's an honor. That's something to truly embody. And for me, that's their spirit. That's their soul. Their soul says like there's something significant, and they see that as the individual I am, I can make sure that whatever spirit, whatever energy, whatever needs to happen on that spiritual side, on that shamanic side, it can happen. It can be seen through. I don't know. That's when I kind of have the mindset, never give up, never surrender, never throw in the towel. Like shit, I might look like I'm hibernating for a while. I might seem like I ain't doing nothing, but I never threw in the towel. I never gave up. Sometimes you gotta go on a journey to figure out what we are truly lacking in life. We gotta see what else is out there, other options, other realities, other ways of doing things. I kind of think about that story of the prodigal son. Though to me, it kind of seems like one son would stay home, the other son gets to go on a journey. The one that went on the journey, they picked up some other ideas. They picked up some other learning, some other teachings. This is going to make the work at home go smoother. This is going to make the career of the family, whatever the trade of the craft is. We got some new advantages. We got some updates we can do to what we have. Because somebody was able to go look and see that there's different ways to do what we've been doing, easier ways, smarter ways, whatever the case. I don't know. I do know. I don't forget about life as a child, just fucking playing. My playing never involved hurting other people. It was just having fun. Just having fun. Good old fun. And when I say innocent fun, I don't, there was no hurt, no harm to nobody else. I don't know what so much, I do know what changed in the world. I do know what changed when we grew up. People went through events. They felt wrong. They felt betrayed. They felt whatever they felt, and it took away that childhood fun, that zest, that naturalness. It turned into something else more competitive, more real, more bloody, more violent, more aggressive, more whatever. And for myself, I'm like, that's all of that junk. I don't want none of that junk. I don't want none of that junk. I'm happy just with the basic stuff I had as a kid, oh man. I see that people lost a lot of things going other directions, and so I kind of keep to myself mostly. But hey, I don't keep to myself all the time because I share every day and I hang out with you for like 5 hours every single day. See, so I can't say I mostly keep to myself because every single day I'm hanging out with you. Bob, 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 bob. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff that made me the way I am now. I tell you what. Mm, I only ever my I love my mom. My mom was my best friend. My mom protected me. She defended me. She like if I wanted something, she'll give me whatever. And I'm not saying like she like just gave me whatever, but like I'd work every day. Like once I was 15, I started working a regular job, 40 hours plus a week. Sometimes I pulled 80 hours a week. I ain't joking. There's one time I was fucking yeah, I was working. I was McDonald's. I was fucking working overtime like a fucking crazy. Before sunrise to after sunset every day, back to 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 back. Get my mom out of debt and stuff. And so I put the money in her account, in her bank account, and give her the cash check, give her the money, and then like I'd be like, Mom, I want this or whatever. And when we had enough money combined, she'd be like, Yeah, I'll go get it for you. I'd be like, Woohoo! Didn't have to wait for Christmas or whatever, but whenever she could save whatever, like she put money away for it, she saved up for it. And so like my mom was such a big portion of my life growing up. She's my best friend, believe it or not. And after she died, everything changed. I was married, I had kids, had the car, had all that stuff. And ultimately, my whole family didn't want to be any of my family anymore. And I learned how deceitful people are. I was in a religion that said, we got the greatest love in the world. And they pushed me out the nest after my mom died and said, fuck off. And then I run up to strangers, and strangers were nicer to me than motherfucking Jehovah's Witnesses I knew my whole life. And I'm like, everybody I knew before my mom died seemed to be a bunch of motherfucking liars. Liars. They said they were the best people in the whole world, and they're turning out to look and sound like the ugliest. Damn. Family members who were Jehovah's Witnesses, family members who were not Jehovah's. It didn't matter. Everybody I knew seemed to treat me different afterwards. So I really started evaluating everybody's behaviors. Man, people who treated me a certain way for 20 fucking 8 years of my life, and now my mom died and they treated me different. I was deceived and lied to by religion, family, friends, and all sorts of motherfuckers for 28 years of my life. Let me pay attention. Let me start paying attention because I am tired of being deceived. And that's at the core of what created everything I am. Because when I got into studying a Kemetic and an ancient Egyptian oracle system, one thing that was very evident from the start is that the soul is unconditioned. The human body is very conditioned, along with our patterned responses. We are very conditioned. Me like this, I want that. I hurt you, I get this. Oh, I have to work and be smart. Okay, now I work and be smart and talk fluently and get paid, and now I get that. So now I don't have to be big dumb brute, right? Fucking me want this. It's all it is. That's society at large. And when I started understanding the oracle systems and the secret knowledge, the hidden knowledge, the occult, the hidden, the secret, ooh. When I started learning more of this, I started being able to understand that I can change my responses. I do not have to have a conditioned behavioral response. I am free to act independently at any moment. If I don't like the way what I've been doing and what it's been causing, I can change what I'm doing to what's been happening. I can make a new start. I could do anything. I do not have to respond the way I did before. Hmm. This is how to achieve it. Breathe a little bit like this. Watch that. Entertain this. Things I'm doing naturally. The Oracle systems, they use old world language, but I can relate. Well, that achieves this achieves that. Like, for instance, in the book, in the system, in this Oracle system, it says to achieve a particular trance state of being. Well, I'm very aware that by reading a book or watching a movie, literally, we put ourselves into a state of self hypnotism. Mhm. So, for 1/3 of heavy fucking information of how the fuck do I do this in real life, for 1/3 of that, I plugged in a fucking movie. Now I'm emotionally charged and motivated. Da 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 da. Okay, number 2 out of 3. What do I do next? Okay, let me use this. An emotionally charged memory. My mama and my daughters. Strong the fuck enough. Pick any of them. Any memory with them in my shit. Plug that. And now let's add in what we want in the future. Something for all of mankind. Something to bless this world. Some miracle out of fucking heaven that God rains down and mother grows up. I don't fucking know, but a whole mystery wagon's put in that hole, and boom, miracle happens. Why? Because I somehow made relation out. I plugged things in. I did it my way of what I know how to do already. I learned how I could change reality. My observation changed reality. Alone, my observation, just by me paying attention, it changed. Changed. You don't like something? Change it. You don't like it? Change it again. Keep changing it till you like it. That's what you do as a cook. You put your ingredients in, nah, not yet. Let's try. Let's put some more salt. Whatever the case. Until it's just right, and you're like, yeah. You keep changing it until you like what you got. And now we're gonna make, okay, boom. Put the lid on that, let that sit for a bit. That's gonna come out great. And that's when we can take a seat back from our efforts. We can observe and let the produce grow, let the seed grow, let the stalk become, let the produce actually fructify. The only way to let that happen is to sit back. You cannot allow nature to grow by forcing it. It's not a gear. It's not a machine. That's not the way it works. The Wookiee verse. That sounds cool. To Michael, my mom, she was when I was younger, like kid and stuff, like take a shower with my mom, whatever, like, and we get out, she'd be holding me, and we'd be looking in the mirror, and she'd go, "Who's that?" And I would say, "That's mommy," and she'd go, "No, that's Christopher." And she would go, "Who's that?" I would say, "That's Christopher." She'd go, "No, that's mommy." "Who's that?" And like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. She'd go, and my mom, all she had to do, generally speaking, like there would be some moments or whatever otherwise, but generally speaking, she'd be like, she'd just have to talk to me, and I would learn my lesson. And I recognize now, after she passed away, years after she passed away, I recognize that my mother saw herself in me. I was just like her as a little kid. I was just like her as an adult. At her core of who she was, that's why I could be lying to her. I could be clear across the house and be doing something, and she'd know exactly what I was up to. She'd call it out too. There's one time she did. I walked clear across the house and said, "Mom, how did you know what I was doing?" She said, "Because I got eyes in the back of my head." She knew what I was doing because she was me. She is me. She, like, I was the next little her. My brain worked just like her. My heart is her heart. And she could see that beyond the ability to explain it to me, say it to me. She knew I wouldn't believe it. She was so wise and smart. She knew if she ever tried to convince me of those kinds of things, I would have denied it. I would have fought against it. I wouldn't have seen the reason, and she was completely right and correct. She did not attempt to create um, an argument or a discussion where she knew I wasn't going to be able to see or understand it. I would have been thinking something completely different. I had not grown to that maturity of thought or reason yet. There's a different level of processing. And she knew I hadn't got there yet. So she'd tell me things like, "You'll understand when you're older." It's interesting that we use, at least for myself, I usually understand things a lot better in hindsight than when it's happening in the moment. And that's why I implore people to learn from their places, because we repeat these events in our lives with different people in different situations, but we go through similar events so as to learn a life lesson, so as to not repeat something again. And by learning, by connecting, by paying attention, thus avoid we can avoid that reckless repetition. And that's where I learned to stop fighting with whatever the chaos was in front of me. Just give up on that current thing. I'm already behind. I'm already so far behind. It's stupid. So let me just fold my cards at that table at that game, and move on with something much more valuable. Allows me to pay attention to the event in that hindsight. I know I need that time to pay attention so that when that event happens to me again, I can conquer it with ease. I can avoid it. I can dance around it. I don't have to engage it, whatever the circumstance. This allows me to connect to my unconditioned spirit, my unconditioned response, and allows me to be free in my causation of what I want to see roll forth into this world. But yeah, just to mention, I am on here daily, um, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, a negative 4 GMT, and my channel's not monetized for reasons so that commercials and stuff, interruptions and whatnot don't occur. And if you do click my picture, my image or whatnot, if you go to my main YouTube page, it does have that GoFundMe link. Thank you for sharing that info. But and keep a roof over my head, keep myself fed. Essentially, that's I've been able to not be homeless, and dude, that's been nice. That's been pretty darn nice. I was not stuck in the cold over the winter. And blessings continue, and I continue doing what I do, and that's something about finding one's purpose in life is regardless of whether there's some immediate reward or not, that that purpose is lived. I think that is the obvious difference between work and purpose. Your purpose, nobody has to pay you an ounce for it. Nobody has to pay me an ounce for my purpose. I'll live it. I'm happy to do so. Good days, bad days or not, I'm happy to do it. But work, that that equates into somebody's got to twist my arm so much they got to give me money so that I leave where I like to be and leave my loved ones and go do something that I really don't give a flying flip to do. I mean, you don't, purpose is fulfillment all the time, regardless. It's always happening. And that's the whole live one vibrational energy. Your happiness, your love, your enjoyment, what brings you that peace in life. Okay, so like, there's this one year where I was me and somebody else, and I had this dream, I had this construct, I had this reality. I even told her, I said, look, we're gonna work all year long, we're gonna save up our money, and we're gonna get an RV at the end of the year. And if we can outright cash money, boom, we got an RV. And that was the plan. People talking about working a job, gotta work, have to work. I've been telling you for the past 3 days. You want to get out of the fucking rat race? Go buy yourself a tarot deck and start working it. Don't practice it. Work it every day, multiple times a day. You'll experience the miracles that start covering for things in your life. Will just start happening, quite literally. Though that particular year happened, and while we had lofty dreams and aspirations to earn the money within a year to afford our own RV, we did not acquire that money. We did not work the jobs and the 9 to 5s and get the gigs that we wanted to earn the physical money to do it. We did not. However, the Spirit truly sent us on a journey across America. We went and visited several different people, and we helped heal them in ways that no one else would have done by just being there every day. That year, we actually changed somebody's plans. They literally had a full on plan to take their own way out of this world. And by the time we left, they were completely on. They completely told us everything and said, "I have a different plan now." They had a plan to live. We had other work to do. It didn't look and it didn't sound like what everybody claims work to be. We just went where the Spirit blew us to go. And at the end of that year, somebody came up to us and they literally put $13,000 in our hands and they say, "You go buy that RV that you want." No shit. Miracle right out of the sky of heaven itself. It wasn't work that anybody would think to be called work. But sometimes God just needs somebody to go visit that person in need. You don't need to take riches. You don't need to bring some fucking U-Haul of magical wonders. Just be there and give a fuck and give a hug in the morning and share a cup of fucking coffee, man. That's not crazy impossible. It takes self-sacrifice. It takes contentment. The strongest thing that can heal anybody is a happy heart. And a happy heart says, "I'm not alone this morning. I'm not alone tonight. There's somebody that stopped by and reminded me that I'm not alone. They thought of me." That kind of heart can create miracles of healing beyond any company's pill of what they've created. Do you take drugs? Those very people asking those questions in the chat log. They'll take anything man puts together, just label it correctly, and they'll swallow it down with the rest. Me? I don't want Advil. I don't want shit. If it grows from the ground as a fruit, I'll take it. If it's got some seeds, I'll grind them down in my thing and drink it up as a smoothie. Screw your drugs, top to bottom, left to right. Oh my God. Fucking drug. The very food people choose to eat is a drug. It's filled with chemicals that cause the brain to, it's called an excitotoxin, and they put these chemicals, these drugs in your very food that you pay money to buy, go, and then your brain goes, and then you crash, and you're like, "Oh my God, I'm so tired, I can't think of anything." Yeah, because of the drugs in the food that you actually do eat. Awareness is very potent to be able to affect your own life. And that's where the power comes in. That's where the power really comes in, is to be aware of your own choices and what your life is leading to. Fuck what everybody else chooses. We all been misled. We ain't nobody special. Not on that spectrum. We all been lied to. We all been duped from the top to the bottom. They lie to their kids just as much as they lie to themselves, as much as they'll lie to us. The hardest reality to wake up to is realize you've been lied to your whole life. That shit's some fucked up shit right there. Okay, so Jojo Umbat. Now you're talking about the fucked up liver. Um, Now regardless of what the liver's been fucked up by, here's some real shit. Here's some real shit. It's funny, but it's true. Alright, so I knew this person, they were a nutritionist. Their friend, they drank a lot. They drank. Their liver was screwed. They went to the doctor. The doctor ran some tests or whatever. They said, look, you're gonna die in a few months. Your liver is screwed. So doctor transplants, like, not for an alcoholic, we're not. So essentially, these people who knew this dude, they went to the person I knew, who I was with at the time, and who was a nutritionist. Not when I was with them, but at that when it was happening. And they said, "Look, is there anything you can find that this dude can do to, like, so that he can live?" And now it's not any regular type of coffee. It is a particular type of coffee, and there is a particular way to brew it, and yada yada yada. But there's coffee enemas that you can do that will actually clean the liver. And she told them and gave them the complete instructions, and the dude did it. And they went back to the hospital in 2 to 3 months or whatever the case, and they took tests of the dude's liver, and the doctor was astonished. Like, the dude should not have been in the state that he was. The dude was healthy. His liver was good. It was clean. There's some amazing things in life that we can help the body to recover from. Um, it's interesting the type of information that people died on a stake and were burned as witches for knowing. They knew how to cure plagues, and because of the information they knew of how to heal people, they were suppressed. And that battle seems to be waning into these days. It doesn't seem to be as strong as it once was. At least people like me can exist without burning on a stake. That's why I stand for what I stand every single day, to honor my ancestors, those who lived amidst the time when they'd be killed for knowing what they knew. To read the book was condemnation itself. That's a bird. It's not a cricket. I like the birds. They sound a lot better than squirrels. Like, squirrels are cool, don't get me wrong, but I used to live in an RV, and RV is like a glorified tent. Uh, so the walls are like really thin. Okay, you can hear everything. And we lived essentially. I started feeding the birds bird seed because I wanted, like, I was like, see more birds around. All these squirrels showed up, man, and then the squirrels started making this fucking screeching sound. I just hear them all day long. It was like fucking squirrels never went anywhere. And then it got to the point I wanted to get a freak. I was looking up buying a pellet gun to shoot and kill squirrels. I went from a $5 bag of wanting a $5 bag of seeds to looking at a 90 plus $100 freaking pellet gun to kill squirrels. And at that point, I was like, hold on a second. I just wanted to feed some birds, man. I think I'm gonna stop feeding the birds. But them squirrels, man, they stuck around for a good while. Oh my God, they drove me nuts. Uh, but birds are birds are different. Birds are. I'm happier with birds. No, I never bought the pellet gun. I never bought the pellet gun or the BB gun. I never. I just stopped buying bird feed, so they just didn't have nothing to come back around to. So they eventually just left off. A line crosser 1738. I gotta say, I like that comment. He said, "What the fuck is wrong with the world? Too many freaks." That means we're winning because we're multiplying. Yeah, that's interesting. Last time I got stung by like a honeybee, it was an accident because they were like in the tarp area that I was in, and I brushed against the tarp or the netting. It was a netting, a mesh netting, and they stung me by accident because the pressure was there, and I felt bad for them because like they died, I pull them out, whatever, and but bees are very important. Life is very important all the way around. And where there's a will, there's a way. And may life be supported and continue and all that it may, man. Bees are like little fairies, man. They active. Honey and birds and all sorts of other little things. I agree with you, Jojo, but they are completely underrated. I remember I was in this one area, and there's this people, man, and I don't know. I think it was the last time I was in a public setting, and there was a bee, and this dude is swinging at this bee, trying to kill it, and like I'm like this ignorant. He doesn't know anything. Ignorance means you don't know anything, and I was like, just dude, like I didn't exactly speak up because I'm not gonna reason with that person. I could pull out scientific everything. We would get a scientist, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and everything, right in front of the guy, and the guy's still gonna be like, "Oh, I hate bees." Okay. So for me, a lot of things aren't even worth mentioning to anybody. But surely being able to appreciate that life is, I value bees a lot. Bees, ants, the creepy crawly things. But it's been a good day. I appreciate you hanging out today. Today's Friday, so got the weekend coming up. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Hopefully, the positive energy can flow out. You can avoid whatever negative, but also be a part of some good positive. Um, However the weekend flows for you. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here Saturday and Sunday, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to be negative 4 GMT. And on that, from 5 a.m. for about 5 hours, we've been doing each day. And much love, many blessings. Till we see you next time, Donna de Guay.